What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, April 4th, 2026. And we are here at Schiphol Airport in the vicinity of a well-known fast food restaurant, overlooking the runways that I think are going to be used today. Runway 27 for landing and 18 left for departures. The landings on runway 27 have stopped moments ago. And I think that means until approximately 11 o'clock we are going to see departures from 18 left. We're not right at the threshold, but we are going to be able to see them taking off from the runway pretty alright from here. Very good morning to everybody who joined already. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. Jurk, goedemorgen. Good morning. Mr. Mika, good morning. Peter, Jellard, goedemorgen. Honda, goedemorgen. Sven, goedemorgen. Yvonne, goedemorgen. Mali, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Silkenader, goedemorgen. Good morning. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. FJWH, goedemorgen, good morning. Ben the Man, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, yeah, there is a Nippon 747 that is picking, should be going to Milan, or at least it was visible on Flight Radar moments ago. There it is. It's not getting pushed back yet, but it will take off at some point later in the show. What I'm looking forward to mostly is an Etihad Formula 1 special livery Dreamliner that arrived here this morning around 8:30, and I thought it was expected to leave again around a quarter to 11, so hopefully via 18 left, which is where there is an ITA on its way to. Interesting stuff going on over here. We have interesting airplanes. The Team USA is also here, as is the A340 Suriname, which arrived here earlier this morning. What color am I, says Jerry. Another member has turned, well, what shall we call it? Orange blue? 36 months and counting. Member number 2, following Rick Meester. 36 months a member. Congratulations, Jerome. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope you're doing all right. Hope your tour in Europe was to your satisfaction. I know Paris was a little bit so-so. I hope the rest of the journey was really nice. Audio is probably a bit low, isn't it? How about I turn up the ambient volume a little bit? Or is this good enough? We probably need to set it a bit higher for the departure since we're a bit further away from 18 left, and we probably need to lower it a little once the arrivals on 27 are commencing again. Either way, Jerome, congratulations on 36 months of membership. I hope they've been to your liking. If anything can be improved, let me know. Have a look. ITA in the morning sun. Look at the tail, all the details. They are details with AIL. And yes, that was a banana in the background. Amsterdam was the best. Why am I not surprised? I enjoyed your visit very much. Hopefully we'll ever get a chance to do that again. Ambient going up, let's see. I'm going to halfway now. If it's too much, let me know. If things start to clip, I can always go down. Hey! We're here very close to Schiphol Oost, where also the police is stationed. so we can see things pretty up close. These jets too. Daniel, goedemorgen. Vero, goedemorgen. JP Kraus, guten Morgen. Karsten, guten Morgen. Karsten wonders what the black smoke is. Undoubtedly a fire somewhere. I also saw it. It's right behind the lads. And yeah, probably a fire somewhere. Copper chopper, indeed, John. It's the Rozzers. Let's see, this is Transavia to Thessaloniki, I think. The labels are overlapping a little. It's 18 left to the bumpy runway, particularly when it crosses runway 27. They kept it in, just so we can use the custom emoji for bouncy airplane. Must be part of their master plan. Diane, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen. Melvin, good morning. Leen, goedemorgen. Paul, goedemorgen. Olaf, goedemorgen, good morning. As always, the usual suspect, Chris Coot, doing morning cardio over here already. Up early. So runway 24 is also in use for departures. We can see a Delta A330 in the background taking off. The MPS is over there on the left, and on the right there is a 747 that at least until a few minutes ago was pinging. Should be going to Milan at some point later in the show, though when that's actually going to be, I don't know yet. Now, over here in the vicinity of Schiphol Oost, we can also see this hub central, this jet central. I think this is the Dash 8 of the Coast Guard. A small diamond? I'm not sure what that is. Old remnant of a Fokker. Fuel. Not yet guarded by guards, but going up in value more and more. Nice new ticker. Yeah, I resorted back to the old ticker. This one isn't updating automatically, but it does allow me to add more messages. So yeah, thought it might be a good idea to make use of that ticker real estate to also highlight some other noteworthy information. Mrs. Professor is back as she is celebrating 13 months of membership. She's back, no more time changes to keep me away, she writes. Congratulations and thank you so much, Mrs. Professor, for 30 months of membership. That's 2.5 years. Obviously, I hope that they've been to your liking. If anything can be improved, let me know. If you have suggestions, send me an email, leave a comment. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come, Mrs. Professor. It's good to have you back. And congratulations and thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 30 months and counting. So right now, 18 left is open for departures until approximately 11. From 11 until 11:40, runway 27, I hope, is going to be used for arrivals. If not, then yeah, brace yourself for a somewhat less interesting stream than I hoped it was going to be. Hey, no wait, that's not an A350, is it? No. Morning sunlight on the Transavia 737 as it is taxiing to the threshold of 18 left. It's going to Athens. No, wait. Ah, yeah, no. It's a KLM flight operated by Transavia. Or at least they're using a Transavia airplane. So yeah, the threshold itself is a bit hard to see from here, but once it's lined up and rolling, we'll start to see it almost immediately. Misom, goedemorgen. Nigel, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Hans, goedemorgen. Let's check in on the Nippon. That's over there. Well, the door is still open, so it's not anywhere near to getting pushed back yet. Now, as I was saying, when the airplanes on 18 left are lined up, we are able to see them just about. Sunset badge. Yeah, why not? I think that's a pretty good description of the name. Why don't I? Yeah. Forgot to put the charging cable for my phone in. That's how you run empty before the end of the stream. That should at least save me from having a fully emptied battery at the end. Right. So yeah, this morning the Formula One special livery from Etihad arrived here around 8:30 local time. I think it landed here. It's expected to leave again shortly before 11. In other words, it should, normally speaking, depart from 18 left. Tammo, goedemorgen. Davy, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Good morning. Jay Ramey is also back. Good to see you again, mate. Jay is super chatting and my chat window is having a bit of trouble going all the way to the bottom. All right, now I think we're getting there. No, shoot. I'm going to reload the page because this isn't working the way I want it to work. Reload, top chat, live chat. There we go. Now can I also scroll down? I can. And Jay writes, I absolutely love AMS Live. I will see you in Amsterdam, arriving on July 1st. Hey, are you coming back again? Unfortunately, that is a Wednesday, another day you typically broadcast. Yeah, that's right. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are my day job working days, so unfortunately those are almost always off limits. Are you going to come over to the Polderbaan or to another place at Schiphol, Jay? Would be very nice to meet you in person for a change. Not sure if you're going to stay over for a long period or if you're only going to transit through the Netherlands. Either way, thank you so much for your super chat, mate, and for bringing us the good news. Yeah, I've been thinking, should I stream more or not? Should I just give it a go? Maybe just leave the day job for a year and be available for streaming more days of the week. Then again, considering things are in a rut now for almost a year, I also think it's pretty risky. Joy News A350, angry looking A350 at that, over there. Mark H, good morning, mate. Welcome back. W, good morning. And Nippon 747 is scheduled to depart at 10:20, is what W is writing. So that's in 40 minutes from now. Another nice shadow of a contrail in the cloud that is below it. So the contrail is higher up, and the shadow is casting a the contrail is casting a shade on the clouds that are at a lower altitude. Something that you don't see every day, although we did see it over here, either in the previous stream or the one before that, not too long ago. Hadi Denny, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at a well-known fast food restaurant. 18 left is now being used for departures, and runway 27 is expected to be used for departures again later. Runway 24 is also in use for departures, Behind all the traffic here in the relative foreground, you can see the tail of the Nippon Cargo 747 that is expected to leave here in 40 minutes from now to Milan. So that should be taking off from runway 18 left, right here. Liwe is also back. Goedemorgen Liwe, good to see you again, mate. My chat window isn't updating. Now it is again. Marijke also back in the chat. Ambient is a bit too high. Okay, well, let's go a bit lower then. Half a notch lower. Right. Is the window updating now, or isn't it? I don't think. I'm having trouble with my chat window. I want to scroll down. When I do, it's yeah, it's not going. Or I get a pop-up. It's always a bit of a hit and miss here with using a phone and split screen. I think it's the split screen that really makes it, yeah. Chat window is working again, although I'm zoomed out pretty far now, so the letters are a bit small, but it seems to be updating. That's good. Chris is still doing his cardio over here. Yeah, and he says good morning to everybody. Air France, KLM, Nippon, E2 Embraer taking off from 18 left, KLM, bump bump. Right, the sun is starting to shine, I'm happy to say. Absolutely lovely weather here. Bit of a breeze, but not much. The windsock not very aroused. It's the calm before the storm, because it is expected that the wind is picking up overnight. Embraer 190 to Hanover, KLM flight 1787. Cookie is going to wave at 10:50 from the flight to Egypt, U27955. Nice. What is also nice is that I see Delta Airlines Flight 161 once again is an A350, so it looks like they are sending over A350s every now and then to the Netherlands. Of course, with the current location, all we can see of it is its taxi. Assuming it is coming this way and not going to the runway via the west side, but I don't think it will. Air France Flight 1241 on its way to the threshold and then to Paris. Stranger also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Für guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. There's a cheater on Cheater's Lane, or is there? Yeah. KLM 737-800 to Zurich, which I think is behind the box. I think that's it, isn't it? Yep, that's it, alright. So, Fidel Castro also over here, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. And are they preparing another police helicopter? I think they might be. I think that's where the police station, the police helicopters are stationed. Though I'm not entirely sure. Dash 8, Coast Guard. Fuel trucks. Big and small bizjet. Smaller bizjet. Another few bizjets. Another bizjet. This is where they test engines. Transavia hangar. KLM triple. And of course, Indigo. Transavia. Angry Chinese A350. I think that's it for now. Departures for 18 left in progress. Another KLM 737. I think that's the one to Prague, flight 1353. There's Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's nice to see that Delta is bringing back their A350s to Schiphol. Last week on a Saturday when we were at... no, I wasn't here on a Saturday. It was a Friday or a Sunday. We also saw an A350 in the morning. See that Roy is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Let's see, there is a KLM, a wide body on the move, another Dreamline, another triple getting tugged to the maintenance hangars. Is that the ROY? No, BQY. KLM Asia. Hey there, rally team, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Hope you're doing well. It's a sunny Saturday here at Schiphol Airport. We're here at a certain, in front of a certain well-known fast food restaurant. The Suriname A340 has already arrived. And I think this is KLM flight 605 getting pushed back. Yep, 777-200. We'll be leaving via runway 24. We are overlooking runway 27 and 18 left. 18 left is now also being used for traffic to the east. And if all is well, in half an hour or so from now, the Etihad Formula 1 special livery Dreamliner will be taking off from that runway. I'm hoping we can catch it from here. I already saw it upon driving over here. It was very good to see. Right next to the A4 highway. Right before you enter the tunnel. Pity I couldn't park my car over there, because otherwise I would have taken a few pictures. Those would have made for a nice thumbnail. And congratulations, Roy, 1 month to the gold medal, indeed. 1 month to go, well, less than a month undoubtedly. Congratulations and thank you so much for your long-lasting support, Roy. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat, however brief it may sometimes be. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If that's not the case, do let me know. I hope you keep coming back for many more months to come. At least as long as the channel is still alive. Good morning, Lee. And Wolfgang, no. Nothing is final. So that's why I'm hoping we're not going to be sent away here. Not before Etihad will have taken off. The MPS in the background. And Nippon over there. Behind the KLM 737. More Deltas on the move, Delta A330neo, and over here in the foreground an Embraer 190 from Air France, but flying on behalf of KLM. It's going to go to Nantes. Air France, up, and away. Yeah, we're too far to see, to look into the cockpit and see details. We can see that there's a person over there, but that's it. Meanwhile, this jet's taking off here from runway 22. Missed it happening. If you guys are seeing anything on flight radar showing movement over there on the BizJet platform, let me know. There's so much to see and to film on this location, which is also one of the reasons why I like being here. But it does mean I'm not able to see everything, so if anything is happening, do let me know. Assuming I am going to see it is not correct. I can see a lot. I try to see as much as possible, but I do sometimes miss things. Good morning, Maxime. Good morning to everybody else. Familie Valkering, goedemorgen. Lovely weather to be streaming indeed. If only it would last. A week ago they promised, or at least they forecasted good weather for this weekend. We had drizzle on Thursday. Yesterday, all the radars were indicating drizzle, even though it was staying dry in the morning hours. But even the normally always correct when showing precipitation, the Dutch Met Office radar was indicating there was drizzle. Not sure what tomorrow will bring, but I've got a hunch it's going to be rainy. KLM flight 1851 to Munich is lining up on 18 left. 737, oh, and it's going. Morning sunshine, beautifully illuminating the airplane. Bump bump, that's the crossing of runway 27. Hey DJ Danny Rules, goedemorgen kerel, good to see ya. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen, good to see you again. Steven, good morning mate. Welcome back. Yeah, so yeah, thinking about maybe I should dive into the deep end for streaming, but I think it's probably too risky. I think it's probably not going to result in the momentum that I hope is going to happen. So, particularly with my day job being a very, very exceptionally well-paying one, I'm not going to leave that easily, even though it is a golden cage. We'll see. It's also very demotivating to be going out if you run the risk of getting chased away, like over here. Still not sure if if I'm allowed to stand here. If I meet the wrong person, they're going to send me away again, even though this is an official spotters location. They'll probably make a point of not being on the terrain here, but in the grass. If I go to the Polderbaan, where I've been wanting to go to, I run the risk of having to look over my shoulder because a midget wants to beat me up whenever he sees me. It's becoming more of a hostile place here, and that also does something with your motivation. Vueling, in the meantime, to Alicante, going to the runway threshold. In the background there is a Delta? No, United in the Star Alliance livery arriving. Hey, Kenna Chef Chris also back in the chat, good to see you mate. Goedemorgen Eddie, tuning in from Almere, not too far away from here, a bit more to the east. The MPS on the far left, and a bit further behind this A330. There's the Nippon 747 over there. You can see the tail. Expected to leave for Milan in 20 minutes from now. Dot is still in place, Han. I know you want to make sure that it is, but you can be rest assured it's still there. Banana in the background. Oh, come on, no need to be sorry, Mrs. Professor. It's not like it's your fault or any of the audience. But the best locations here are either under construction, or you're getting sent away from it, or you have to look over your shoulder. It's although I've been thinking, and I haven't been to the north side of the Polderbaan in a while now. Was thinking about going there today until I saw the the Etihad special this morning, and I figured, well, let's give it a go and see if we can catch it here. Thought about maybe going to the Kaagbaan, but since I've been there already 4 or 5 times in a row last couple of weeks, figured let's give this a try. Maybe the BOA's aren't here. Maybe they're having the weekend off. North side of the Polderbaan. I haven't been there in a while. From there, when the Polderbaan is being used for arrivals, it's almost as if you're at the Kaagbaan for arrivals, in terms of proximity and the way they fly over you. I was going back in my archive, my stream archive, and I realized that I've only been there, I think, twice. Last time, oh, and I've still got autofocus on. Last time I was there was in October 2023, ladies and gentlemen. I think a lot of you hadn't even discovered the channel yet. So there's still a location that is, for a great many of you, still a new location to be discovered. Definitely I'm looking to go there sometime soon when Polderbaan is in use for arrivals. The trouble with that location is you need to park pretty far away at a location where parking spaces are perhaps even more scarce than at the Kaagbaan. I also haven't ever been to the other side of the Polderbaan, but you have to park at the same hard to park location and then walk a mile. That's like 1600 meters, that's 15 minutes of walk to get to the roundabout on the other side of the Polderbaan. It's a nice location. Also a location I've yet to go to. Then again, I realized that going to P3 in the past also resulted in a considerable walk for me. Anyway. Mind you, with respect to getting clarity about the situation here, about where you're allowed to stand and not, I've been in touch with somebody from Schiphol who isn't from the press department but a bit higher up in the organization. I've reached out to that person who was also in the process of getting more clarity and was reaching out to the police. So I reached out to Roelof to ask if he knew who he was, who the person was reaching out to. And even though he didn't initially, then the person reached out to him, so me and Roelof can work together in explaining the situation, with Roelof of course also explaining what the added value of streamers like me is, and that they consider us to be an additional set of eyes and ears and actually can serve a useful role in maintaining order, law and order. So that's work in progress. As you may understand, these processes are very slow, but they are looking at getting more clarity. Me and Roelof are also sort of at the table in the sense that we could chime in and tell them what we feel there needs to be clarity about. Now, it might result in clarity that isn't in our favor, of course, but at least there will be clarity then. Such as, are you allowed to stream from the cycling path a bit further towards the threshold of 18 left? Or is that off limits just like P3 allegedly is? So I'm not hopeful that we're going to get more access, but I do hope that at some point there will be more clarity also as to what constitutes spotting and what doesn't, since it's been alleged that I am doing professional filming and therefore was said to need a permit to film. Anyway, so I think everybody will benefit from getting more clarity, and believe me, we are working on it, or at least I am working on it, and Rudolf is too. The ball now lies at Schiphol. Air Baltic to, oh wait, no, it's Austrian. It's actually Austrian going to Vienna. Disguised as an Air Baltic A220. In the meantime, Richard, what are you doing, mate? Good morning, first of all, and thank you, second of all, for gifting 5 memberships just now. That's 5 new members, courtesy of Richard, and I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from Richard will thank him for it. And please enjoy the custom emojis you now have at your disposal for a month. Richard, thank you so much for your generosity so early on in the stream already, and a warm welcome to the 5 new members. Chris is settled. And what a nice nest he has, doesn't he? Firmly stomped on. Solid foundation by the looks of it. That is number 2. If you need to go number 2, well, there it went. Cheater on Cheater's Lane, which is why the Air Baltic Austrian is still holding. I do see a couple of BizJets now popping up on the BizJet platform. NetJets to DND, what's that? That's Dundee. And also a Gulfstream NetJets to Catania, nice. If you guys could keep an eye out for those as well, since I am not able to see that when I'm filming in this direction. I'm oriented to the west, and it's even when looking over my shoulder, I'm still hardly able to see it. Don't want to miss the departure of those 2 BizJets. So yeah, in 10 or so minutes from now, if all is well, the Nippon Cargo 747 should be leaving to Milan from the runway we are filming the departures from. There's also an Etihad special livery, Formula 1 Dreamliner livery, that is going to go back to Abu Dhabi, if I am not mistaken. Should be leaving via 18 left as well. Navon is, well, there are 2 BizJets over there. One of them is already moving. Is that the one? I think, yeah, the lights are on. It has lights on. I think this is the NetJets Bombardier Global. No, wait, no. That's the other one. Here's the Bombardier Global 7500. Just a small BizJet, modest. Just a cool 8-figure cost, and it can be yours. American registered, November 182, Quebec Sierra. 2 years old, first flight May 2023. Nigel has to go for a walk. Hopefully see you again soon, mate. Enjoy the walk. Now that airplane definitely has a taxi light on. Hey Patrick, goedemorgen, and thank you so much, mate. Now the BizJet that was pinging on flight radar moments ago is no longer pinging. We do have a fire truck over here. And away from the driver, although I wasn't able to show you. But he did wave to me upon passing by. Another Vueling. Leaving for Malaga. Mizom's favorite livery. There you go. Well, if it's if everything is all right, it should be leaving around 11:15. I think it's going to be a channel premiere. I don't think we've seen that livery before in streams. Hey, John is also back. John Logan, good to see you, mate. Good evening, and welcome back. Welcome to everybody else who has joined in the meantime. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I'm having great fun being here again. A lot of things to see always. If you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like and help this channel grow. Frank is also back. Good to see you, Frank. Goedemorgen. Hope all is well. So this is an Embraer 175, and behind it is a KLM 737. The Embraer 175 will be leaving for Frankfurt, and the 73 to Paris. That was the Team USA A330 in the background, as you guys could probably see. And the MPS. And the banana. Now I'm thinking, hey Philip, goedemorgen. Still not sure if... No, that's the Dash 8. This one doesn't have its engines on, or does it? It doesn't look like it. False alarm. So then which one is the one that's pinging on flight radar? Or is that the one? I'm not sure. Singapore expected 10:34. Nice. And Etihad 44. Thanks for the heads up there, Wolfgang. And if all is well, the Nippon 747 that we see in the background over there is also expected to leave pretty soon. The 74 isn't pinging on flight radar just yet, but I'm hoping it will soon. The 737 to Paris. In the meantime, rolling. Rolling. Frank thought of a nice band name for me. Willy Wonka and Wingman. Love it. Now if only I played an instrument and could actually form a band. Or I could be the lead singer of the band. No, wait, let's not do that. White-nosed A321neo, KLM flight 1503 to Madrid, over there. Good morning, Richie. Good morning, Marcel. Good morning, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the well-known Golden Arches fast food restaurant overlooking runways 27, which is now closed, but will open up hopefully at 11. Has anybody checked Bezoek Bus, by the way? Because I am assuming it is going to open at 11. By now I think maybe Bezoek Bus has updated and can tell us with certainty. Last few days, and with the prevailing wind from the west, runway 27 has been used as secondary runway instead of 18 center. Maybe it has to do with the works on the taxiways. They're also now still performing. But I'm hoping runway 27 is going to be used again as secondary for arrivals, just like it was this morning. Because if that's the case, it will be constant action over here in the upcoming hours. Because if 18 left, which is where these airplanes are taking off from now, will close, then the crossing runway will open up. Mizam says, Martin Air, Boeing 747-400, estimated time of departure 10:30 possible. Hey, nice. So You're talking about the MPS? Amazing. Has anybody had a look on bezoekbus.nl to see what the expected runway use is going to be in the upcoming hours? I'm wondering, will 18 Center be used as secondary for arrivals later, or is it going to be 27? Of course, I'm hoping for the latter. I'm hoping for the latter. Team USA over there. Here's the MPS. Martin Air livery. Back in the day they also had MD-11s. Might be hard to imagine, but there was a time here at Schiphol where you couldn't look around without at least seeing a couple of tri-jets and also quads, 747s all over the place. If you've never looked into it, go to YouTube and type in Schiphol 1990s. You'll find some very pixelated 4x3 videos from people who were spotting at Schiphol Airport. Have a look, you'll see a shitload of airplane types that you will no longer see, operators that are no longer operating, and also when you look at the surroundings, much less buildings. Now, it's also sounding, is that a motorcycle? Is that a very small airplane? I'm looking, but I'm not seeing anything. It's probably overhead. Now I'm looking up to see if there's something with a propeller. I'm not seeing it. I do see a bizjet that has begun rolling. It's not what I'm hearing, but I did happen to see it. That's the bizjet to Dundee, undoubtedly. Christopher Coot over here. Are you having the hiccups, mate? What was that? Almost was sounding like he was having hiccups. Alright. Let's see, this is KLM flight 1775 to Berlin, lined up right now. Frank is wondering about the temporary radio beacon here in the foreground. Where did you see that possible beacon? Oh, that's not good. W says that according to CDM, the Nippon is expected to leave via runway 24 to Milan. Really? Right, Richard says that from 10:40 until 11:40 landings on runway 27. That's interesting. That's interesting because normally they would start the time slot at 11, so they start 20 minutes early. That of course has consequences for the Nippon. That explains it. It does mean that we are going to get an hour of arrivals here on runway 27 in 20 minutes from now. And that also probably means that the Singapore, or no, the Singapore was earlier, right? Right, well, this is the 737-900 to Geneva, KLM flight 1931. So that means that the Nippon is not going to take 18 left, but runway 24 instead. Singapore Airlines was expected to leave earlier, right? So that should still take off via 18 left. Shoot! That also means that the Etihad will be leaving via runway 24, won't it? Oh, come on! That probably means that the... crying out loud, let me keep it friendly. Refrain from using cuss words, but... I was coming here to see the Etihad. I was hoping we were going to see it via 18 left, and now they apparently are... Right, that's very disappointing. What isn't disappointing is that Arjan van Vught is coming in the chat saying good morning, happy Easter. Good morning and happy Easter to you too, mate. And thank you so much and congratulations on your long-lasting support. Another 30-month member. Not only Mrs. Professor 30 months, but also Arjan van Vught. That's 2.5 years and counting. I hope that the 2.5 years in the lounge have been to your liking. If anything can be improved, let me know. That goes for all members. I'm there to make your experience as nice as possible, so if you have any suggestions, let me know. Thank you so much and congratulations, Arjan. Happy Easter to you and yours as well. Hey, Bevroren Patat, goedemorgen. Singapore is still on 18 left. That's some consolidation at least. But Etihad, for crying out loud. It's parked right along the A4 highway, so with a little bit of luck it's going to taxi to the threshold via the east part of the apron, in which case it will pass us by over here. If it goes to the east, we're only going to see it momentarily and from afar. That is extremely disappointing. 9 out of 10, 99 out of 100 days they start switching the runway use at 11, and today they're 20 minutes early, or at least that they're expected to be 20 minutes early. Come on. Okay, Storm, goedemorgen. Gilberto, good morning, mate. And welcome to the show, one and all. I'm a bit disappointed, not because of you guys or anything, but because I was hoping we were going to see the special livery from Etihad, the Formula One. It's arrived here this morning around 8:30, and it is expected to leave again in 20 minutes from now. Now, unfortunately, I just learned that the runway use is going to change at a different time than normally is the case. So I was hoping 18 left would still be open for departures come the arrival, the departure time of the Etihad, but it looks like it's going to be closed already. That means that we're not going to see Etihad taking off from 18 left. We might get to see it as it taxis to 4. And also Nippon is, the Nippon 747 is going to take off from the wrong runway. KLM 737's taking off from 18 left. And thank you so much, Steven, for your generous super chat. I didn't realize that the kombucha has run out, but I'll put it on the groceries list and I'll make sure that the fridge is restocked with fresh kombucha. Well, is it fresh? Yeah, no, it's fermented but fresh. It's freshly fermented kombucha. I'll make sure that we'll have a fresh batch in the fridge come the next stream. Thank you so much, Steven. Hadi Peter, goedemorgen. Jetstream Journeys, goedemorgen. Pete, what up, mate? Arjan, mate, what are you doing? Arjan van Vught just now went ahead and he gifted no less than 10 memberships. That is incredibly generous, mate. Thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. A massive big thank you for that. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, to the 10 new members who just received a gifted membership from Arjan. Hope you'll enjoy the 34 custom emojis you'll now have at your disposal. Don't forget to say thank you to Arjan if you are one of the recipients. I think this Dreamliner is coming to 18 left. It's KLM flight 879 to Bangalore in India. E2 Embraer in the foreground to Firenze or Florence. Hey Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Happy Easter to you, yours, and everybody else who is watching. KLM flight 879 to Bangalore, 78710 Dreamliner. This is the PHBKF Bravo Kilo Foxtrot. And that's a 6-year-old airplane. First flight was in December 2019. It almost feels like a conspiracy of ATC. It's typical, isn't it? Initially I thought maybe I should go to the Kaagbaan instead of the Polderbaan to at least see the Etihad from afar, but I figured, well, I could also give it a go and see if at the McDonald's it's I'm not going to be chased away at least until after its departure, but such is life. Edwin, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Air Baltic, but Air Baltic going to Belgrade. Bombardier C Series 300, and it's the Yankee Lima Alpha Alpha Papa. In Dutch, aap is monkey or ape. It was looking like another big bird might be coming this way. Not there. But there. I think that's KLM flight 789 to Cape Town, which I think is also going to be taking off via 18 left. Hey, Garuda Mask 777 expected 12:19. Expected to leave, right? By then, 18 left should be open again for departures. So Team USA is on the move to runway 24, and a 777 to Cape Town is on the move to 18 left. On the left we have the triple to Cape Town, and on the right we have the Dreamliner to Bangalore, ready to go. KLM flight 879 to Bangalore, India. 78710 Dreamliner. Diana has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Diana. See you again, hopefully soon. 777-300 in the background, going to Cape Town. Right, showtime. Singapore is also coming this way. The Singapore A350 to Singapore. At least that is still going to take off from 18 left. look. Wings are curving. And up it goes. KLM flight 597 to Cape Town in South Africa. In the meantime, lined up already next to leave. And the Singapore A350 over there. Singapore Airlines. Oh, and a tow truck. That's amazing. It's the Kilo Alpha. KLM flight 597 to Cape Town in South Africa is moving. Up and away. Howdy Marco, goedemorgen. Martien, goedemorgen. Jayodi, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show everybody. Peter K, good morning mate. Welcome to the show everybody. Happy Saturday, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the crossing of 18 left and runway 27. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. One of the last airplanes probably taking off via this runway. The Team USA is at the threshold of runway 24. Nippon 747 is also taking off that runway. And I hope we still are going to catch a glimpse of the special livery Formula 1 Etihad Dreamliner, which will be leaving for Abu Dhabi again in 10 or so minutes from now. While Singapore is lining up, let's also have a quick look at the weather. So over here we have a visualization of the METAR code weather report that is also shown in the ticker. A quick update will tell us that we are experiencing wind from the west, 7 knots, it's 12 degrees Celsius, we have few clouds at 2,400 feet. There it is going. Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore. Now, it's hard for me to keep track of everything. Is the Etihad already on the move or not yet? I'm not seeing it right away. So, along runway 24, the Team USA A330neo has arrived. Martin Air Cargo, the MPS in the background. And the Nippon 747 is also still there, not yet in the process of getting pushed back. In the distance, Singapore is turning away from Schiphol. Wing flex visible from this angle as well. It's not just Dreamliners whose wings flex, it's all airplanes' wings. It's just more pronounced, of course, with the Dreamliner than with other airplane types. Karsten, in the meantime, just now went ahead, gifting no less than 10 memberships. Karsten, thank you so much. That is incredibly generous again. And I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it. Enjoy the custom emojis. If you just received a gifted membership, there is 34 of them that you can use for the entirety of a month. Have fun with them. They don't come out of the budget. You can use custom emojis as much as you want. Get creative with them. Make us laugh with them. By all means, use them. Karsten, thank you so much, mate. That is really generous of you. And you didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. A321neo to Barcelona, flight 1513. And this is the Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Hotel. More tuggers coming this way. Is that an electric one? It's looking like it is electric. Or at least it's sounding like it is electric. E2 Embraer lined up at the threshold and a 737 to Budapest behind it. Let's see. Still no sign of Etihad. Or am I missing it? Nice spacious carrying cabin in the back of the E2 Embraer 195. Brandon, thank you so much for your super chat. Brandon asks an interesting question. How do you know where standing planes are assigned before they move? There is a website, the CDM website of Schiphol, that you can go to and where you can find that information. Let me see if I can look that up for you and show you. So the link that you need to follow. Hey there, Jeff. Hey there, Martin. Good morning, lads. Follow this. And you can type in the flight number and you can find the estimated time of departure and where it's going to be taking off from. Now it might still change every now and then. It's not always 100% sure, but it's almost always right. Combine that with the Zouk bus and it's usually pretty doable to forecast where airplanes are going to be taking off from. Will 737-700. It's 10:41 and if I am not mistaken, runway 27 should open up for arrivals again pretty soon. Means I'll have to change my filters on flight radar. But for the time being, there are still a few airplanes on the move. Is that the Peter Pan? I think it is. Yep. Peter Pan special livery. And what's this? Where did I see that? Something going. Right. I'm still not seeing the Etihad. I hope it's going to be departing later. What's the update on the Etihad Dreamliner? For those of you who tuned in just now, there is a special livery Formula 1 Dreamliner from Etihad that arrived here this morning and is expected to leave again later this morning. Initially it was looking like it was going to depart from 18 left, but the runway use is changing a bit earlier than normally would be the case, which is why it now looks like it might be taking off from runway 24. Although I'm not seeing it on flight radar yet, and it was expected to leave around this time. Bulgaria Earth to Sofia over there. Ah, that was the Garuda probably. Yeah, I think you may be right there, Wolfgang. Didn't recognize the tail immediately, but that's because Garuda I often don't see here, at least not during my regular streaming hours. Right, the A340 is here as well. That's going to be leaving again tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, runway 27 is about to open up for arrival, so I'm going to change from outbound to inbound on flight radar. Zoom out a little. Yep, Transavia arriving from Innsbruck is already on final, coming this way. Transavia flight 6610, a 737-800, which is right there. And thank you for the update, W. Etihad, estimated time of departure 11:12, runway 24. So still going to the wrong runway. But it's getting later and later, so another half hour of additional delay and we might get to see it taking off from runway 18 left after all. Big picture wise, there is a bit of cloudiness in the east where the airplanes are arriving from. There's a control coming my way, doing an Air Icarus flying close to the sun. Looking to the south, things look like so. Looking to the west, things currently look like so, and things to the north are looking like so. Mustn't forget to put some coins in the parking meter as well within an hour. Not sure what it was again here, 2 hours or 3 hours, but the Embraer 175 from Gothenburg KLM should be somewhere behind. Oh yeah, already visible, there it is. Still flying in the vicinity of Weesp. So visibility is excellent. Yeah, sound check. The ambient is a bit higher than normal. Probably needs to be lowered a little. You guys tell me. How's this working out for you? Hey Jens, goedemorgen, good morning. Goeie reis, Cookie. So, Nippon Cargo on the right and the MPS on the left. couple of Chinese triples in the middle, and Emirates with the ribbon tail livery. That twin jet passing overhead has just passed me by, right in my zenith, and now I'm starting to be able to zoom in as it moves away from the zenith. Is that Delta? Looks like it might be. Have to counterbalance the camera that wants to move down. Doesn't look like Delta. So then, since it is a Dreamliner, it's probably Air Canada. Hey, Donald Duck has also woken up. No, wait, that's the tufted Snoop Duck. It's Snoop Duck, Ducky Duck. With those yellow eyes, beautiful. What a gorgeous, gorgeous duck. Alright. Embraer 175 KLM, flight 1530, arrival from Göteborg. Next arrival. Let's go back to the proper focus. There we go. Camera-induced oscillation indeed, JP Kraus. Thing is, she also said counterbalance, and that pushes the tripod the tripod head down when you're in the zenith. Hey, Jen Russek, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you, mate. Grover, goedemorgen. Robert, good afternoon, good morning. You guys let me know if the ambient is too loud or too low. I've set it a bit higher when we were filming the departures, which were further away. I imagine it might be a tad loud now. Banana just having arrived on the scene. And I saw that the destination Dubai was coming to town today, but I didn't know its ETA was now shortly before 2 o'clock. Let me think again. 2 runways for arrival between 1 and 2, normally speaking. So that usually... Hey, runway 27? Could it be? That would be nice when it did. Well, assuming we're not kicked out of this location before then, of course. Big if. Sound is perfect? Okay. Thanks for the feedback, guys. I'll leave it the way it is. Also, a good morning and happy Saturday from the Crows, Russell and Cheryl. Yeah, open that nut or whatever it is. The nutcracker. Right, the next arrival is KLM flight 1198, arriving from Oslo. That's a 737-700. And after that, there should be an ETA, which is still pretty far away. I wonder to what extent. Hey, that's it, that's it. ETA. So we're looking now past Weesp. Pretty awesome. Hey, thanks for the heads up, Mark. So yeah, the special livery Emirates A380 is expected to land here then. Obviously, question is, will we still be allowed to stand here by then? Gerrit, goedemorgen, good to see you. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. So, runway 27 now in use for arrivals. 18 left will be used again for departures later. Keep me posted when the Etihad... Etihad pinging. I was just about to say, keep me posted about the Etihad because I'm dying to see it in real life. It's going to be a channel premiere, the Formula 1 Etihad Special Livery Dreamliner. On paper, it should have taken off via the runway we were filming departures from, 18 left. But it's going to runway 24. I hope it's going to go to the threshold via the eastern part of the apron so that it passes us by. If it goes via the west, we're only going to be able to see it when it is close to the threshold, and then only for a few moments. So fingers crossed. A340 Suriname in the background. And indeed, Jendrosek, are you coming over? I still have your glove with me. Snoop Ducky Duck. The bomb. Tina, Lance, good morning to you both. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Ita is up next. Ita, flight 108, arriving from Rome. It's an A321neo. 2 hours and 4 minutes underway. Should be a KLM somewhere behind it. Yep, at it's 9 o'clock, visible already. The Ita is Irish registered EIHXB, Hotel X-Ray Bravo. Hey Caroline, good morning. It's a 2-year-old airplane, first flight December 2023. The KLM on the left is an E2 Embraer arriving from Bologna. Bologna. Aegean A321neo will be following the KLM now, number 2. That's number 3. Michael also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Tomorrow, well, I hope I'll be out tomorrow, Jendersek. I'm not sure what the weather is going to do. It doesn't look that promising. Sources vary. Dutch Met Office says it should stay dry until 1 o'clock or so. At least when I checked this morning. UK Met Office was telling a different story. Their precipitation extrapolations I also check. So pretty good. When is weather going to be good for a long period of time consistently? So looking forward to that. Hey QJ, goedemorgen kerel. We missed the crossing of contrails. One is leaving to the south and one is leaving to the northwest, undoubtedly on its way to the United States. More Air Canada? Question mark? I think it might be. Ita is over there. This is not Etihad, is it? No, that's American. Keep me posted about the Ita. No, not the Ita, the Etihad. When it starts moving, please let me know. Fingers crossed it's going to the threshold via the east part of the apron. In other words, passing us by over here. The MPS is still there. The arriving banana almost at its parking, right next to the other one. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bologna, up next to land here. Jordi, goedemorgen. Silly Girl, good morning. And Silly Girl asks where the A380 might be landing. This isn't the Etihad, is it? No, this is American. The special livery from Emirates is expected for this runway, the way things are looking. It's arriving shortly before 2 o'clock. It's arriving from the east at the time that 2 runways for arrivals are going to be open. So it's going to be landing on the easterly most oriented runway, and that's going to be runway 27. My camera even, oh no, it's in manual focus. I was about to say, even though it is in autofocus, it's still struggling to, and now it is in autofocus and it's still struggling to get the tufted duck crisp. Snoop Dogg. Oh, and the busiest taking off. Things keep happening here constantly. That's why I love this location. P3 is even better because you're higher up and you have overview, but over here, this does come pretty damn close to what we could see from P3. Membership anniversaries, 2 anniversaries. Clouds on YouTube and Jordiing are both celebrating. 13 and 3 months respectively. Clouds on YouTube writes, good morning boy, and 13 months strong. And Jordiing writes, slow and steady. Thank you both guys for your long-lasting support. Hope that everything in the lounge still is to your liking. If either of the two of you has suggestions, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make your experience and that of other members better. Hope you guys are going to stay around for many more months to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a recurring visitor. Landings on runway 27. The next airplane is KLM flight 1828 arriving from Stuttgart, and Embraer 175. What's next after that? Pegasus. It's mostly narrow bodies for the time being. Hey, World to Flight Corendon A350 is about to land on the Polderbaan. There's a Nippon Cargo 747 that is expected to leave for Milan later. It was initially expected to leave 11:45, then it became, what was it, 11:15 or something, 10 past 11. With a little bit of luck, it's going to get more delay and is once again going to be assigned to the runway it was initially supposed to be leaving from, 18 left. Jordiing wants the radio. Can the radio put on in the lounge? Absolutely, it can. Go to ATC, liveatc.net, and you can listen to the ATC all you want. There's free access to live ATC in the lounge. "747 from Frankfurt is passing by." GLWG says, Danny, goedemorgen. I'm not seeing the control just yet, but I'll keep my eyes open for it. Embraer 175 arriving from Stuttgart. Morning, Kevo. 747 overhead from the south, from the southeast soon. Oh yeah, got it in sight. It was doing an Air Icarus and there was a cloud in the way. There it is. That's the 747 you guys were referring to. Lufthansa 747. Right, traffic arriving to runway 27, visible in the distance, still pretty far away. Joey Pitt, good morning, mate. Area 55. And a small wave from the lad driving it. More biz jets taking off here from runway 22. Jeff wonders if I can super zoom on the Intrepid capsule. I thought it was called differently. You're talking about the guys going to the moon. They're halfway there already, so it will be a bit of a stretch. Did you guys see the launch the other day? I did. Stayed up for it. It was really impressive to see. Pegasus is up next. And where's the Etihad? Has it begun moving yet? Don't want to miss out on it. RDW, goedemorgen. Pegasus Orion capsule. That's it, right. Artemis rocket and Orion capsule. Unless, of course, Jeff is referring to a different capsule. Ah, Interpret is the mission. That I didn't know. Here we have Air Oink arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. A321neo, 3 hours and 9 minutes away. Ballpark nominal flight duration. Start up for the Etihad. Frank wonders if there are Easter eggs in the grass field around me. Only a dead cat, grasses, some flowers, maybe some dog doo-doo. But I haven't found any Easter eggs yet. Though, granted, I haven't been looking that thoroughly yet. So 2 bananas over there on the cargo apron. Mass cargo with the double chin. A330 cargo. Etihad taxiing my way. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Let's have a look. I do see something in the distance. That's it, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen. Effing amazing. Still going to the wrong runway. That is a shame.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
And Meteor Mark also stayed up for the Artemis launch. Found it to be very impressive. So are they going to do just one lap around the moon and are they coming back right away, or are they going to go into orbit temporarily and after a few orbits coming back? I wasn't sure. The graphs I've seen thus far seem to indicate they're doing a pass around the backside of the moon and return right away without entering into an orbit. So, channel premiere, Etihad Formula One special livery Dreamliner. I was hoping it was going to be taking off from 18 left. It's going to runway 24 instead. Etihad flight 44, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix special livery. The Alpha 6 Bravo Lima Victor. 7-year-old airplane, first flight November 2018. Hey, Paul is also back. Good to see you, Paul. What up? Happy Easter, buddy. Lovely livery. Pity it's going to the wrong runway, but still. At least it took the right route to the threshold of the runway. It could have also gone and taken the left-hand side of the terminal building on the west side, in which case we would have only seen it briefly. Much briefer than we were able to see it right now. Richard Vos, goedemorgen. And just one lap around the moon and then coming back right away. Howdy Danny, goedemorgen. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I am certainly having a great time over here. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show and you haven't already. Etihad, what is Stanger? So let me see, the current runway configuration is going to be in place until, what was it? 11:20, was it? Or was it until 11:40? The normal end time. If I recall, it was 11:40, right? But just double checking. Because that means the current runway configuration is going to stay in place for another 30 or so minutes. Hey Yassine, goedemorgen. 2:40 is probably too late for me. Probably not going to be around by then. Going to Turkey later today. Enjoy your flight and your stay. In the meantime, number 190 is closing in on runway 27 on the left of us, arriving from Billund. And a jet arriving from Istanbul as well. Any wide bodies arriving from the east, I wonder? Not that I can see right away. So until when was the current runway configuration going to stay in place? Until 11:20 or 11:40? Thank you for the heads up, Danny, who says Mask livery Garuda Indonesia, estimated time of departure 12:20. Jeff says we could order boys some lunch from Mackie D's. Well, only salads for the time being. I have to say the salad that I got from Sigosor was pretty good and low calorie to boot. I think that's about the only thing I can eat right now. But it's the idea that counts, right? The idea of getting nourished, having some food. Does make one a bit thirsty. Let me also quench that thirst in a moment. Grumpy Chinese A350 on the move to runway 24. And number 190 landing over here. Arriving from Billund. Land of the Bills. There's the Grumpy A350. One A350 is leaving and one A350 just arrived on the scene. That's the Corendon World to Fly A350. Can also hear a twin jet passing me by overhead. Ah, the idea of bribing me with food to hang around longer. I knew there was a catch. Well, unfortunately, the vista of the twin jet passing by is a bit obscured by some clouds, although it is still reasonably visible. We can at least establish that it is yet another lufty. Current status quo at the threshold of runway 24. In the background there are two 747s, one from Martin Air Cargo, and past the A350 on the far right there's also a Nippon Cargo. Frank says, try some grass, there's plenty, it's fresh and readily available without having to leave your spot. You're absolutely right, Frank. Why didn't I think of that? Rich in fibers as well. If only I had 3 more stomachs to be able to get the stuff processed into nutrients. What's the word I'm looking for? Digest. Need a few more stomachs to digest it properly. In the meantime, a MAX 8 from A-Jet, MAX 8 737, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Moo! Well, moo to you too, Frank. And to you, Jeff. Right, let's see. Still a couple of airplanes inbound from the east. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. Not a single wide body on track, right? What is up with that? Bit disappointing in that respect. That everything inbound for runway 27 from the east at the moment is all narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. Indigo or Indito, better yet, over there. KLM flight 1816 arriving from Frankfurt up next, and then Bro 175. And until when was the current runway configuration going to remain in place? Until 11:20 or 11:40? It was an hour, wasn't it? This is KLM flight 1816 arriving from Frankfurt, and then Bro 175. The flight time is 51 minutes. It's 8 years old, first flight July 2017. In the distance there is a light twinkling. The next airplane, an A321neo from KLM arriving from Vienna. Bit wider view of the landing. And waft of Jet A, Jet 1 coming my way. No firefighters, but a pair of tuggers. Just two of them. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Another angry looking Chinese A350 over there. Looking on flight radar, there doesn't seem to be much going on. He's not over here. Dash 8, Coast Guard, over there. Quite a few of the biz jets that were on the apron earlier have already left. Movement around a couple over there. Runway inspection of runway 22 by the looks of it. This is where they test engines. Well, thank you for the kind words, Jeff. I'm happy to be here again. I'm hoping the weather is going to improve structurally so that I can go out more, because I haven't been out this year to date as much as I would have liked to, and that's mostly due to the weather. Of course, 2 vacations, but other than that, it's mostly been the weather. Let's see, good morning Thomas, good to see you again mate, and welcome to the show everybody else. I am taking a small break to walk back to my car and put some coins in the parking meter, since it's been almost 2 hours since I last did that. So focusing the camera on the threshold of runway 24, and I'll be back in a minute. Interesting stuff always happens when you are walking away from the camera briefly. Police helicopter just now returning and landing here as I was walking back to my car for a moment. In the meantime, a big thanks to Freebird111 for your super chat. Thank you. Mate, thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the show. I know I'm having a great time being here, and also not getting kicked away is a nice added bonus. We're still waiting for runway 18 left to reopen so that we can see some departures. For the time being, runway 27 is open for arrivals. The next arrival is Austrian, arriving from Vienna, or at least it's set to be Austrian, but it is an Air Baltic A220. Here it is. Glide slope shots. There's also an airplane behind it. That's Transavia, an A321neo arriving from Olbia. And thank you for the kind words, MMAJ Geneigen, who writes in Dutch. Thanks for the nice footage and commentary. Keep up the good work. I will definitely do that. Thank you so much, mate. Nice 2 airplane glide slope shot. Austrian A220 in the foreground, or at least let's call it Austrian for the sake of simplicity. Followed by an A321neo from Transavia. There is an Embraer 175 turning in. Should be a bit further to the right. Not sure to what extent we can see it from here. And Embraer 175 arriving from Basel. Hey, thank you, Davey, for the parking meter. Well, it's one of those blue parking meters with a disc in it that you have to turn. you can park it for free, but it's only for a fixed amount of time. So that's why I occasionally have to go back to the car, reset that parking disc. I call it putting some coins in the meter, but it isn't. So your coins aren't really necessary, Davey. Thank you so much, though. It's yeah, I've been here once, and I was standing more to the threshold, but I had parked my car over here, and then it was with Sander Sake. We did get a fine over here. So this is the Air Baltic A220, but it's actually flying on behalf of Austrian, flight 313. Use it for vodka then, Davey says. I'll definitely do that, mate. Thank you so much, though. Bob is also back. Bob is tuning in from Sydney. Good evening, mate. And 18 left takeoffs from 11:40 until 1 o'clock. So that means another 20 minutes of arrivals here. Next up is going to be Transavia flight 6912 arriving from Olbia. An A321neo. There it is. Transavia flight 6912, an A321neo arriving from Olbia. 2 hours and 4 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Charlie. The airplane is a year old, first flight December 2024. Another twin jet passing by overhead. Twin jet overhead. Right in my zenith. Another Lufty Dreamliner. Sure looks like it. Right. Mass cargo, double chinned A330 cargo, 2 DHL A300 600s. The MPS, the Mike Papa Sierra, one in the world, the only one. And Nippon Cargo. Over there. Still not... Hey! Have a look. Breakaway landing. Embraer 175. Flight 1944 is going to land at runway 24. Doesn't happen on a daily basis, but it does happen frequently that airplanes follow the glide slope of runway 27 and then break away to the left last minute to runway 24 to be landing there. Mrs. Professor wonders if we see the retro Transavia often. Well, almost every time we're here, it is making an appearance. It's flying daily. And most of Transavia's destinations aren't too far away. They do fly to the Canary Islands, which is a 4.5 hour flight. So if you're catching it on its outbound leg and it still has to turn around with a turnover time of an hour, you know you're going to miss it that day. But we still see it quite regularly over here, ever since it entered into service. James Emberton is watching from the terminal deck at AMS. Nice. So let me see, are we able to find you then? This thing is right in the way. Unless you go to the very far right end where you enter the panorama rooftop terrace right next to the Fokker. If you're going to stand over there, we can see you. If you're standing over there and you throw us a wave, we should be able to even see you, James. Shall we give it a go? James Emberton is right at the panorama rooftop terrace. If you go to where the Fokker is situated, on the very right end where you enter the rooftop terrace, we should be able to see you from here. Hey Twan, goedemorgen. How fun would that be? The rest of the panorama terrace is blocked. Although I think on the far left we are also able to maybe see you. Chris and Curtis Scoot doing morning cardio. Next arrival to runway 27, coming this way. Anything else in the vicinity? Not that I can see. Ah, inside the cafe at the moment, but we'll come out soon. Well, let us know. How awesome that would be. That would be another next level accomplishment if we were able to film somebody at the panorama rooftop terrace waving to us. We've already seen captains and first officers and pushback officers waving to us when we were situated in P3. Sander Sakay came to the end of one of the gates at one point, also doing a little airplane dance right in front of the window where we could see. Epic moments. But this would also be quite a feat. Let us know, James, when you're outside. Use the hashtag @AMSLive so that at least my name pops up red when you use it. Because I might otherwise miss it. This is KLM flight 1284 and Embraer 175 arrived from Aalborg. Isn't that also where we began this landing stint with? Another Embraer arrived from Aalborg, or no, that was Billund. Billund. Hey, the A340 on the move by the power of a tugger. Going to the parking lot, probably right next to the A4 highway. I often see it parked over there whenever I pass by. If it's not at a gate, it's usually parked over there, right in the vicinity of Golf 9 where the A380 is always parked. Speaking of which, hey, and there's the KLM 100 years. Is the ETA of the special livery A380 still before 2 o'clock? MKMR asks if I live in Amsterdam. I don't. I did for 8 years until 2022, and then I moved back to my hometown where I was born and raised in. which is around, I think, 20 or so kilometers from here, probably. I'm out where the tail of the fucker is, James says. Let's see if we can find you then, mate. I think if you go to the far left, right end of the panorama terrace where you enter, we ought to be able to see you. A few people over there. So James, if you're in that spot, can you wave with your right hand? Probably a few minutes of delay due to the latency, 20 seconds or so. That right person does seem to be looking at a phone or something. Yes, I think we can see you, James. That person on the right was waving. Now, yes, there you go. If you move a bit to your right, because the thing in the background is not showing it completely. If you could, yeah, well, we can see you wave. Yes, absolutely. That's James Emberton over at the Panorama Rooftop Terrace waving to us, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely lovely, James. We were able to see you quite well. And the ETA 141, thank you for the update there, Maria. So that should be landing here on runway 27 then, if all is well. There... Here's KLM flight 1762 arriving from Bremen and Embraer 175. Made my day, made my day. That was terrific. I never thought we were going to make out an individual at the panorama terrace from here waving to us, but we were able to see you, mate. Next level up, absolutely lovely. Let's not lose track of... KLM flight 1762 arrived from Bremen, hometown of Klaas, who we haven't seen in the chat yet, or have we? If I missed him. Or has he been missing? Here's Luet tuning in from Spain, good morning. And Dyson Rebel, good morning. Arun, good morning. And everybody else. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at runway 27, which is open for another 5 minutes. And after that, it is going to be departures from 18 left once more. Chris Koot is over here doing morning cardio. The sun is out, although there are also some high clouds here and there. But it should stay dry. It's lovely weather, a lot to see here. Also at the apron of the BizJets. Another tugger coming to get one of the airplanes, presumably. Which one is this? Hard to see. It doesn't say which one this is. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow, if you haven't already. Etihad Formula 1 special livery unfortunately took the wrong runway, but we were able to see it quite well from here. With a little bit of luck. Because I'm seeing the Nippon still standing there. What's the estimated time of departure for the Nippon? Because it's already past the time it was later expected to leave, so it keeps getting later. In a few minutes from now, with a little bit of luck, we might get to see it taking off from 18 left after all, as we initially hoped it was going to. Meanwhile, the A340 being tugged away to its parking at the A4 highway. Goods on land. Where did I see it? Ah, remarkably skilled at ninja mode. This isn't a good. It has a red beak. This is Maurice Moorhan. It's Maurice Moorhan. But its nephew, Chris Good, is not too far away. No more traffic coming to runway 27 by the looks of it. That means that 18 left is going to open up for departures again pretty soon. Let me double check. Yes, everything arriving from the east is going to the Polderbaan. So I am once again switching to outbound traffic here on flight radar so that we can see what is outbound. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul is pinging. That should be a candidate for runway 18 left pretty soon. Croatia Airlines to Zagreb is already moving. The sun is out, getting higher and higher in the sky. Wind is picking up just a little bit. The wind, oh, and that's what you get when you go to autofocus and forget going back to manual focus. Here we go. The windsock is getting more aroused slowly but surely. Nippon Cargo, there you go. Thanks for the encouraging update by W. Nippon Cargo 747 now estimated time of departure 12:14. Designated runway 24, 18 left. That's good news, mate. Fingers crossed. Wasn't the MPS also expected to leave somewhere later in the day? Etihad, Emirates flight 146 should also still be taking off. Then he says, what's its estimated time of departure? That too normally should be a candidate for runway 18 left. Frank de Bruin, goedemorgen. Raymond Rowe tuning in from Melbourne, Australia. Hope you've had a good day, mate, and welcome to the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory. You can always stay in Lurker's Lounge. But it is nice to say hi. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching. Together they know quite a lot. It is spring. I think we all know what that Coot is trying to do. Up all night to get lucky. Finnair A350 1210. That's going to take off from runway 24, unfortunately, but we should still be able to see it from here. Is the Martinair Cargo MPS going to leave sometime soon, I wonder? The double-chinned Mars Cargo A330 freighter over there should also be leaving at some point. Hey Veronique, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Happy Easter to you and yours. Meanwhile, the A340 is over there. Hey, Stefan Tudor, also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back, buddy. James is going to the Polderbaan later for a few 747s. Yeah, there were a few underway. They're late today, I noticed. But there were a few underway. So this morning we also saw an A350 from Delta, flight 161, back to Minneapolis, Minnesota. It took off from runway 24, but what I already was hoping last time we saw the A350 for the first time in a while was that this was going to be the beginning of more to come. Hopefully as the year progresses, they'll send over more A350s, not just the A330s. This is Delta Airlines flight 243 going to Boston, Massachusetts. Speaking of Boston, haven't seen Sarah yet, have we? Unless I have been very careless and haven't followed the chat closely. I don't think we've seen her yet. Hey Verbout, thank you so much for your super chat. Yeah, super chat. It isn't necessary though. You don't need actual coins here. My parking meter is one of those blue discs, you know. Happy Easter, boy. Here, some parking coins, he writes in Dutch. Well, thank you so much, Verboot. That is very much appreciated. Happy Paas. Happy Easter to you too. Vrolijk Pasen. And thank you so much for your donation. You didn't have to do it, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Thank you so much, mate. So still a few interesting departures. Emirates Flight 146, Danny says, as are the Garuda and Cathay. Garuda Indonesia. The Cathay Pacific A350-1000. And W looked into the MPS estimated time of departure 10:30 on Flight Radar, but can't find it on CDM. Well, if there's one source I find more reliable than Flight Radar, it is CDM. So we'll see if it's going to leave. Let's see. There doesn't seem to be any action happening around the airplane. Nor did it seem like there was movement around it earlier. So that begs the question if it is actually going to leave later today or not. I think 18 left. Wasn't open yet. It's looking like maybe there's a runway inspection in progress right now. Or was there? No Sarah today thus far. She usually pops in at some point. Popping out is a police helicopter, or is it returning? Its gear is still out. Does that mean it is returning then? Because I think this is a helicopter with a retractable landing gear. Yeah, no, it's coming in. It's coming in to land. It is coming in to land. Let's film that. Pitching up the brake. Of course, also less thrust, otherwise you'd go moving up. It's a combination. Then is it going to air taxi to its parking spot, or is it actually going to roll with its wheels? Hey Jinshin, aloha mate, welcome back, good to see you mate, happy Easter. Yeah, no, it's going to taxi with its wheels on the ground. And that's the touchdown. Hey Belgian Rail, welcome back. Good to see you, mate. Third banana coming into Schiphol, Danny says. That's interesting. Where is it arriving from? Well, no, I mean, there's always two arriving. There was one already present, but there's always one arriving from Madrid and one from London. Heathrow or Luton? Or was it Gatwick? I'm not sure. Now, I did put up the ambient a bit more, didn't I? Or did I? No, I left it the way. I didn't change it for the inbound traffic. So if always, well, the ambient should be balanced still. for the next batch of outbound airplanes. Emirates flight 146, I think, is on the move, or was that... Is that 146 or is that something else? I'm not seeing it on flight radar. But I'm thinking this might be Emirates flight 146. Or was it an arrival Emirates Sky Cargo? In the meantime, Javier has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Javier, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge and thank you for your vote of confidence. You'll now have access to our 34 custom emojis as long as you stay on as a member. Have fun with them. There's no restriction on using the custom emojis. In fact, the more inappropriately you can think of ways to use them, the more fun they get. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way in the Aurora Sky Lounge, Javier. Welcome and thank you so much. Now, is this an arrival? No, it's tugged. It's getting tugged. So this isn't Emirates flight 146, is it? Or... It's now showing on flight radar, Emirates flight 146, but I don't think we should be able to see it from where we are at. So... Undoubtedly not the Emirates to Dubai yet. Let's see, Air China cargo to Chengdu in China is on the move. Is that taking off from runway 24? It probably is, isn't it? Is that it? No, that's Transavia. Air China cargo to Chengdu in China. That's going to the wrong runway for us, right? In the meantime, Wolfgang is celebrating 13 months of membership as well. 2.5 years, 6 to go for the Sunset livery, the Sunset badge. Thanks for your great work, he writes. Well, thank you so much for your support, Wolfgang. Not only as a member for 2.5 years, but also as a very valued moderator and a skiing friend. I had a look and I think we need to look into booking the hotel if we want to go in January. Half a year prior to that, the hotel usually opens up the reservations half a year prior to the current date. So when I looked yesterday, I saw you could book until September, but not yet October or later. Even though the tour operator Sunweb already is offering the same hotel in January 2027 and in February as well, with prices along with them. Anyway, I'm digressing. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Wolfgang. If anything in the lounge is amiss, you know how to reach me. And thank you also for everything you've been doing ever since you become a moderator, a very valued one at that. I will definitely keep you posted with respect to the ski trip. Yeah, I already saw prices on the Sunweb website. Knowing what a 6-day ski pass cost this year, I'm not convinced yet it is cheaper to book via Sunweb than to book it directly via the hotel. What I will look into is going to and from the destination on a Sunday instead of a Saturday. That should probably make the journey a bit less troublesome with all the well-known bottlenecks. Maria also celebrating 30 months of membership as well. 30 months, going for 36. A big thank you to you too, Maria. Dankjewel. Thank you so much for your long-lasting support as a member and also for everything you've been doing as a very valued moderator ever since you became one. To both you and to Wolfgang, I say, if either of the two is no longer to your liking, let me know. You guys both know how to reach me. Not that hard. Don't always find time to respond in time. That's the thing most problematic most of the time. Maria, thank you so much. Congratulations. 30 months and counting. That's the same as Mrs. Professor. She also celebrated 30 months today. Quite a few people will be getting the sunset badge soon. When I looked the other day, yesterday or the day before yesterday, I saw that Rick and of course Jerry, who also celebrated this morning, and Rudolph already got the new badge. Keep an eye out for the chat in the upcoming weeks, ladies and gentlemen, because a lot of the usual suspects that you have come to know and love will also get a new badge pretty soon. Michael says that me and Wolfgang need to come over to Colorado and we could go skiing over here. Mate, I've looked into that quite a few times already. That's still on my bucket list. But man, are those lift passes expensive where you guys live. That is incredible. I mean, skiing isn't a bargain, isn't a cheap way to spend a holiday to begin with, but you guys need to shelf out a couple of hundred for a single day. That's insane. Unless I have wrong info, but I already thought 436 euros for 6 days in Italy was pretty steep. I also had to pay just over 400 for 6 days in Austria when I went there in January. But that's something that you guys need to pay for a weekend. Hey, Gary is also back. Good to see Gary. Welcome back, buddy. For those of you joining later, you may have missed the Formula 1 Etihad. I did take off from the wrong runway initially, but we were able to film its taxi quite well from here. It will make the highlights reel of today's show, of course. Oh, that's also a nice counter offer. Come to Italy. Yeah, but the food is horrendous. Ask Wolfgang. I send him pictures almost daily. That's why he also wants to go there, because he is a masochist and also loves disgusting food. Gary Grebe has arrived. Gary in Amsterdam has arrived in the chat. Gary Grebe has arrived in the canal over here. Water repellent feathers, you can see it. The droplets are right on top of them. Just like they are on my winter ski, on my ski clothes whenever I whenever I've given them the water repelling treatment. It looks like the Emirates is getting tucked to the Schiphol Oost area. Not to a gate, but to one of the hangars for maintenance. Answer to your question, Gary. Right, 18 left is open for business, and there are a few wide bodies also underway. Robert Bird made, thank you so much. I just received PayPal notification of a very generous donation by Robert Bird, who says, keep up the fun streams, lad. Thank you so much for your very generous donation there. I will definitely do my best to keep it up, mate. As long as I don't get sent away or get beaten up by midgets. Because that, I will be honest with you, that does take away a lot of the fun. If you go to a location that you know is very interesting, like this one, and you constantly look over your shoulder so that you're making sure you're not being sent away, that really takes away a lot of the fun. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul, Turkey, coming this way, and a tugger in the meantime you were hearing. That passed us by in the foreground. Delta in the background. Right, and the departures are once again commencing. This is KLM flight 1903 going to Vienna, a 737-800. No carrying cabin on this one. Bump bump. That's the crossing of runway 27. Last year, when the crossing runway was open for maintenance for almost the entirety of the year, they had a chance to make the two runways level, but they didn't. You know why they didn't do that? So that you guys as members could still use the bouncy airplane emoji. Looking up, I think there's the quad-engined airplane passing by. Is that Lufty? Looks like Lufty old livery. Next departure, Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul, Turkey. There it is. Peter, so sorry I missed your super chat. I didn't do that on purpose, mate. This month we may see 2 comets with the naked eye. Is that so? Is that so? I didn't know that. Thanks for the notification and for the super chat, Peter. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across, though. At AMS Live also pings up red, just like you did just now. 2 comets visible during the day. That would be something, wouldn't it? I don't recall having been able to see comets during the day ever. Maybe there were when I was smaller, but maybe back then I wasn't too into astronomy. Thanks for the heads up. W, who says that the Nippon 747 is now active on flight radar. Let's have a look at it. That's over there somewhere. Ita is also coming this way. Bound to take off from runway 18 left. And Nippon is in the process of getting pushed back with its nose facing us. That can only mean one thing. The 747 Nippon will be taking off from 18 left pretty soon. Over there we have Emirates flight 146 to Dubai. That's also coming this way. And a bit closer by, KM Malta is already coming. And I'm thinking I can also reposition the blimp just a little bit. It's now oriented to runway 27 a lot. I can also angle it a bit more to the crossing of the 2 runways, which should allow you guys to hear the spooling up of the departing airplanes a bit more. You can always reposition it a bit if need be. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul, Turkey, lined up on the threshold of 18 left over there, ladies and gentlemen. A330-300, the TCJNS, 12 years old, first flight October 2013. Up and away. David Wolf also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the McDonald's where traffic is now starting to take off again from 18 left. And after that's done, runway 27 is going to open up again for arrivals. So it's a mix of traffic. I'm loving the hell out of being back here and particularly not being sent away yet. Hope you guys are enjoying the show as well. Leave a like if you want to help this channel and you are enjoying the show, but you haven't done so already. KM Malta up next, flight 395, A320neo, destination Malta. It is the 9H Neo, 7 years old, first flight May 2018. Freebird has to go. Thank you so much for joining us here today, mate. Hopefully see you again in the next one. KM Malta is also approaching. Lovely livery. Lovely shade of blue. I don't think the sun is going to shine come its departure. Looking up. Bits of blue between the clouds, but it is getting more cloudy now. And there's KM Malta leaving. Silly Girl asks if I will still be live when the A380 is landing. Well, my plan is to be so. Whether I actually am going to be is the question. Depends on whether or not people are going to send me away. Schiphol has enforcers and sometimes you are unlucky with them and they send you away from locations that seemingly are publicly accessible and seemingly are not hindering people or anything. But assuming that's not going to happen, hoping it's not going to happen, I should still be here to film the special livery A380 landing, hopefully here on runway 27 as well. Next up is EasyJet to TFS Tenerife. Just got a notification from DHL on my phone that they sent back a parcel because I didn't pick it up. I did pick it up. I think that the store didn't notify DHL that it was picked up. Good luck sending nothing back. EasyJet to Tenerife, Transavia to Alicante next after that, and then ITA to Milan. Is there anything happening? If anything is happening on the BizJet part of the apron, do let me know. I cannot keep everything inside. I don't want to miss any departures of BizJets if they were to happen. Right now it is relatively calm over there, although... oh no. Yeah. A big van is obscuring the view of the Dash 8 100. 737 KLM taking Cheers Lane. Embraer 175 to Wrocław in Poland. Lined up is Transavia flight 6147 to Alicante. After that, ITA flight 121 to Milan. And after that, an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1645 to Genoa in Italy. Emirates flight 146 is also still out there. Standing right there. And no, those weren't shoes for Lisa, Frank. A charger for my car battery, a druppellader. Actually, I bought a new battery when I before going on my ski trips because I didn't want my old one to break down just as I was going to be on vacation. Now that I'm back from skiing trips, the winter tires are in the shed again, waiting for their next adventure next year. And so too have I swapped the old battery for the new one, and the new one is now getting is being put on the trickle charger until my current one is going to fail at some point. Eftel wonders if he saw the Martin Air 747, and you definitely saw that, correct, mate? The MPS is right there. Jeff says the existence of Martin Air cargo implies the existence of Martin Air passenger. Well, it definitely existed at some point in time. MD-11s. I think, didn't they also have a 747 at some point? I already mentioned it earlier, but if you haven't ever done it before, it's highly recommended that you sometimes go to YouTube and look for the search words Schiphol 1990s. You'll find footage from plane spotters back in the day, and it shows you what Schiphol was like in the 1990s. And let me tell you, it's a big difference. Much more carriers, much more different airplane types, trijets, quads. You couldn't look around you without seeing 747s, KLM 747s mostly. Absolutely wonderful to see. Maxis says, my grandma will take off soon with Pegasus to Istanbul. That should normally be a departure that we should be able to see from here. Finnair A350 on the move. Two gorgeous airplanes. Two of the prettiest in one shot. And the Embraer 175 to Genoa is taking off here. KLM flight 1645. MPS in the background. Two bananas and Mascargo, the double-chinned A330 freighter. Hey, Indito has also been pushed back here from... Oh, this one says Norse. This one actually says Norse. And the tugger is beginning its taxi, or its tug, I should say, more properly. The Emirates 777 in the meantime over there. So they're swapping places. Sanders Shinobi is also back in the chat. Goedemorgen kerel, happy Easter. And May, thank you so much for a super chat that you really didn't have to use to get that message across. October 31st, 2011, the last Martin Air passenger flight departed. So there you go. It's been a long time since Martin Air passenger flew around. And W says that they did indeed have MD-11s, 747 and 767s. Oh, inspired by Alitalia. Well, in no way is the livery looking like Alitalia other than maybe Italian tricolor. And I'm happy to say that it is the case, because this looks infinitely better than Alitalia did, in my humble opinion at least. Did you see the moving 747 Nippon Cargo going to Italy, coming this way? And indeed, Santa Hobo, ho. In 1.5 hours, the destination Dubai A380 is also going to land here. In fact, it should be landing on the runway that the departures are now crossing, runway 27. Nippon Cargo to Milan, coming this way. KLM flight 1959 to Istanbul is lined up and ready to go. And after that, Taron, which I think, no, that's the standard livery. For a moment I thought, special. Isn't it special? 737-900, no carry cabin on this airplane. A350 to bloody Helsinki in Finland is about to line up on runway 24. Now, can we get 3 awesome airplanes in one shot? Come on, where's the 747? You're late. Nippon Cargo 747, Martinair Cargo 747, and then also the Finnair A350. Absolutely lovely. Wolfgang asks what happened to the hangar behind Emirates. Deconstruction? I have no idea. Yeah. Looks like they are taking it down. Disassembling it. Tarom to Bucharest is lining up on the threshold here of 18 left, and there's a big bird coming to the threshold as well. Okay, then flight 877 to Mumbai in India. Plenty of potassium in the background, Gilberto, well spotted. And that's the Tarom 737 to Bucharest, flight 362. Now, the Norse Dreamliner is also on its way over to the main platform. Norse without the E. Norse in Dutch means grumpy. Why are you looking so Norse? Means why are you looking so grumpy? Norse, of course, referring to Norway. Embraer 175 to Munich in the foreground. On 18 left, Cheaters Lane. Triple 7 to Mumbai is not lining up yet, but holding short. I'm not seeing any airplanes on the threshold, or are there? I don't think there are. So it's probably waiting for the Embraer 175. It's taking off over there. Queenie making an almost headshot as it is approaching the SS of the 18 left threshold. Bit to the right, then to the left, then to the right again. It's a zigzag that you need to do before ending up at the threshold of 18 left. Quick glance behind me to rule out that anything is moving on the BizJet platform. David Wolf almost at the barber. Hope you'll have a good haircut, mate. And thanks for joining us today. Maxis says EK146 returned to parking ? Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Now that you mention it. Pufferfish is going to be around Schiphol at 4:30. I'll be home then, mate. But enjoy when you come over. Lovely weather. The wind is picking up a little. It's not warm yet, so make sure that you do dress warmly. Already did we see Snoop Duck over here? Donald is also here. What up, Donald?
Quack, quack. Quack, quack.
What a cutie. Where's Daisy? Haven't seen Daisy yet. KLM flight 877 to Mumbai. In the meantime, lined up here on 18 left. Nippon Cargo to Milan behind it. Hey, welcome back, Pompey Jimmy. First live I've caught in so long. What a great way to start Easter Saturday. Well, good to have you, mate. Quite a few interesting things going on right now, as you can see. Nippon 747, the first 747 to be taking off from 18 left shortly. There's a special livery A380 underway that should be landing here on runway 27. Earlier we saw a special livery Formula 1 Etihad Dreamliner, which unfortunately didn't take off from 18 left, but we did get to see it as it was taxiing to the threshold of runway 24. Pompey Jimmy also just now became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member, the latest member of the family. Thank you so much for the vote of confidence and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. That means you now have unlimited access to our 34 custom emojis, just like any other member. Make sure to use them. They're there to be had fun with. Get creative with them. The more creative ways of you can think of to use those custom emojis, the more fun they get. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Javier is tuning in from Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Good to see you, mate. Alright, there was a cheater on Cheater's Lane just now. That is now airborne. So I'm thinking KLM flight 877 is going to be leaving soon. It's 777-200. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Alpha BQA. 22 years old, first flight September 2003. It's begun rolling. MPS in the background, and Norse is blocking our view. God damn it. Keep on rolling. Alright, let's quickly pan back to the threshold of 18 left, where Nippon is lining up as we speak. Nippon Cargo, flight 49 to Milan, that's a 747-8. And QJ says that there is a lot to see soon. Even more than already is the case. Nippon Cargo, flight 49 to Milan. A Japanese 747-8 JA17KZ is the registration. It's 11 years old. First flight was in April 2014. It's going to do a turn and burn. It keeps rolling. Yep, turning and burning. Bump, bump. Look at the wingtips. Up and down. Very graciously rotating and taking off. BizJet landing on runway 22. That can also happen. Runway serves a dual purpose, departures and arrivals as well. Turning away and lined up on the threshold now is KLM Flight 1333 to Poznan, number 175. To Max 8 behind it. Hadi Erik, goedemiddag. Mario, guten Tag und herzlich willkommen. What's that? Ah. Thought for a moment I saw a hair or something, but it was a hair on. That was actually floating in to land. Embraer 175 to Poznan. Max 8, 737. More narrow bodies and also something coming this way. What's that? Not sure yet what that is. Might be an arrival. Being in the way. It needs to move. Hey, what are they doing over there? I need to do that with my grass, with my lawn. After I'm going to level it with some sand. That's a good leveler. Well, come on, my man.
Whoa, bitch! Get out the way! Get out the way, bitch! Get out the way!
Time for the Max 8 737 from TUI to be taking off. On its way to Tenerife, I think. It's 12:26. We haven't been sent away yet. I'm loving being out here again. Hope you guys are enjoying as well. There's so much to see and do over here. To film. Wish the runway use would be like it is today, more regularly. Definitely a location I like coming back to. KLM Flight 1921 to Zurich up next. Bob has to go. It's time for his beauty sleep. Thanks for stopping by and sleep tight. See you again soon, Bob. What are they doing? They're waiting for an eternity. Figment says that Emirates Flight 146 is now saying estimated time of departure 1:17. Not sure what happened there. If that's the case, it's going to be taking off from runway 24, which should be the only runway open for outbound traffic by then. Garuda Indonesia is pinging. That's definitely a candidate for this runway. Hadi David, goedemiddag. Hey Dodo, also back in the chat, good to see ya. Right. If you hear sounds of a coot, it is because Chris is once again back on his nest. It sounds like he's having a hiccup. But does he understand duck? Oh yeah, that makes him whistle. Alright. Duly noted. Norse is still parked over there. And Peter Pan is on the move again. With a tucker this time. That usually means they're transporting it to the maintenance hangars for maintenance. And thank you for the kind words, Gerard, who says prachtige beelden genieten, lovely footage, enjoying. I, for one, am enjoying being out here again as well. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you want to support this channel, if you haven't already. Emirates is arriving today with a special livery, destination Dubai. We've seen it quite a few times already, but it's always special when it does come to Schiphol again. Expected between 1 and 2, and on paper runway 27 should be open by then, so I'm hoping it's going to land right here on the intersecting runway that the airplanes are taking off from now. Earlier in the show, a Formula 1 special livery from Emirates. No, Emirates at Etihad. Almost both names starting with an E, both hailing from the same part of the world, broadly speaking. Etihad. KLM Flight 1777 to Berlin is somewhere over there. That's not it yet, is it? Or, yeah, no, that's it. E2 Embraer 195. And it's going to be followed by an Embraer 190 to Nuremberg. Another tugger over there in the background on the right. Hey, that's the DTM special livery from German Airways that we saw in the background for a moment. Well, at least the airplane was clearing Norse just in time. I think the DTM is next. Yep, DTM is the Embraer 190 flying to Nuremberg. Aer Lingus came in with the EIDVL, the devil. Right. It's the 4th of the 4th, right? Not the 6th of the 6th in 1966 or 2066. Last time I checked. The DTM Deutsche Touarwagen Meisterschaft Embraer 190 to Nuremberg, the damn low, 18 years old already, hailing from 2008. And the ETA of the A380 is now 1050. It's losing time. It shouldn't be losing too much time, because if it loses another 10 minutes, it's going to the Buitenveldertbaan probably. For a moment I saw Garuda Indonesia pinging. Right now I'm not seeing it on Flight Radar anymore. But there were definitely signs of it preparing for its departure. What's this? Is it a Mustang? already. Porsches on the one side is... I think was a Mustang. Anyway. Right, Peter Pan is still being tugged. There it is. Birth control is on runway 22 right now, near the threshold. That police helicopter is also still standing where it... Oh no, it's this is where it's parked. So that's is that a 5-rotor machine? I think it is. And the Dash 8100 I think is over there. The Fokker tail belonged to a Fokker 27, didn't it? Beep beep. The Golf Kilo in the foreground. Is that also electric? It's almost sounding like it is electric. And in the meantime, Aegean leaving for Athens in the background. Bird control K1 passing by in the foreground. That was on runway A. I was thinking I'm hearing a helicopter. More police choppers. Now, did I miss it arriving just now, or is it leaving? I think it's leaving. Oh. Yillard is informing us that the DHL A300 to Milan is in pushback. Madrid. Is that going to take off via 24 or 18 left, I wonder? Hoping for 18 left, but fearing it might be 24. Copper Chopper, Crossers, once again on patrol. Search for the Hamburg burglar. Indeed, Frank, indeed. Right, what's next? Garuda once again pinging, though not yet in the vicinity. Austrian, Air Baltic, A220. Going to Vienna again. Is this the same airplane that we saw land here earlier on runway 27? I think it might be. Which one is this? The ABB, Alpha Bravo Bravo. Bump bump. How long do they plan on keeping that Dreamliner positioned there? Quite remarkable. There must have been plenty of time to cross the runway, I should think, by now. Really odd. Hey Joey, goedemiddag. Good afternoon to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the McDonald's where runways 27 and 18 left intersect. and we have visibility on the cargo apron as well. Non-stop action here when the departures are taking place on 18 left, the arrivals on runway 27 take place. That's not a daily configuration, but we are lucky that this is now happening because it means there's constant action over here. 747 departure already happened. Etihad special livery Dreamliner Formula 1. There's a special livery A380 expected for before 2 o'clock, which stands right now should be landing here on runway 27. Wolfgang speculates that the hangar might be rebuilt, has something to do with the arrival of the A350. I don't see why, because it's not going to be that big compared to the 777-300, is it? If the hangars are big enough for 777s, I think they also ought to be big enough for A350s. Just a gut feeling. Maybe they're taking down the hangar so that they can park airplanes over there that are too costly to fly around, with the fuel prices still being so steep. So, big picture overview, as you guys can see in the backdrop, things are getting a bit more cloudy than they have been in the morning, the early morning. Another tugger passing by, and a quick wave to the lads who are driving it. So this is looking to the south, and the sun is obscured by clouds. It's not completely clouded, but mostly. This is looking to the east, land inward, where in a bit from now, in 20 minutes or so from now, the arrivals to runway 27 should be coming from. Once again, turning to the south and turning to the west, where the wind is blowing from more or less. A bit off, but mostly from the west, as indicated by another windsock over there. The windsock is getting more aroused as the day progresses. The wind is picking up. It's set to become very windy overnight. This is looking to the south, so as you guys can see, it's mostly clouded right now. Still, visibility below the clouds is excellent. Glideslope visibility when 27 was open was also excellent. I'm expecting that is not going to change in the upcoming hours. Cloud streets, yes, maybe, not sure. They do seem to be in a somewhat linear formation, so yeah, I guess you can call them that. I suppose so. So this is German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. The bottom of the fuselage and the engine casings still in BA blue. Cyclists here as well, as are people who are jogging. They will be entering one from the right in a moment. That just passed me by. Triple 7 on the move, doesn't seem to be Garuda just yet. Was it an arrival? Cathay A350 seems to be moving. The A350 to Hong Kong, flight 270. You'd think it would become visible somewhere over there in this field of view. Wolfgang asks about the airplane type that the A350 is going to replace. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure which ones are less fuel efficient. Banana on the move. Is that also coming our way? Must have missed it. Is that going to take off from runway 24, or will it take 18 left? Cathay Pacific in the meantime coming this way. And the Embraer in the foreground taking off to Frankfurt, KLM flight 1819. That DHL seems to be coming this way. That's good news. So scanning the BizJet apron to see if I spot any movement over there. Not yet. So the banana is coming this way. As should be the A350-1000. Meanwhile, KLM flight 1583 to Lisbon, A321neo over here. This is the Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Charlie, Fax C. Will it clear before Norse? No, it didn't. Too late. Emirates also on the move. Emirates Sky Cargo. Where's that going to go to? To Zanzibar? No, Zaragoza. Z-A-Z. Bit of an extreme destination, Zaz. Zulu, Alpha Zulu. So, I thought it was going to be Zanzibar, but Zaragoza. So that's one wide body coming to 18 left. Two wide bodies. And there's number 3. Now, there's also bird control on runway 27 already, doing an inspection prior to the reopening. That runway should open up for arrivals in around 15 minutes from now. Means that the wide bodies I've just showed you will probably be the last couple that will be taking off before a runway change. The runway change during which hopefully we are going to see the special livery A380, which is underway and expected here shortly before 2 o'clock. As long as its ETA remains before 2 o'clock, it should be a runway 27 landing. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I am having a wonderful time being out here. The weather is decent and there's so much to see here. Really happy to be here. Hope you guys are enjoying as well. Don't forget to leave a like if you want to support the channel, if you are enjoying the show. It will help to bring in more people in upcoming streams. DHL A300-600 to Madrid, flight 6725. The Deed, Delta Alpha Echo Alpha Delta. That's 34 years old already. It began its career as a professional airplane back in August 1991, the month I turned 9. I was still firmly in elementary school, maybe just having begun to learn English. What were you doing back in August 1991, if you still remember, and if you were around already by then? Another tugger coming this way. Let's take a moment to film it as well. The lads driving them always wave. Always happy to interact. Which one is this? And which airplane are they going to pick up? Assuming they are. Golf Oscar. I'm waving to them, but they're ignoring me. Exception to the rule. Usually the lads are always interacting and waving back, initiating waves even. Right, showtime. Hey, moving my non-refused parcel, indeed, Frank. Touché. Reposition? Are they actually going to get it out of the way? I think they might. Runway inspection of runway 27 in progress. Foreboding the imminent reopening. Expected to happen here around 1 o'clock. Is that a cargo? Angry Chinese cargo triple having been pushed back? Does look like it. I thought for a moment that they were going to move the Norse, but doesn't seem to want to move. Emirates Sky Cargo to Zaragoza, flight 9658. Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot, November the registration, 11 years old, first flight June 2014. Ah, he did wave. I didn't see Daniel. You guys see more than I do standing out here with reflections and whatnot on a 3.5-inch camera screen. That says that Garuda has to hurry up. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Cathay to begin with. Cathay Cargo, Cathay Pacific. Is it still coming this way? Well, it is 10 to 1, so I am assuming it will. It's getting pretty tight with the time. Ah, there's Garuda, the mask livery. Is it still assigned to runway 18 left? If you look on CDM. A lot of people are watching. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory. You can always stay in Lurker's Lounge if you prefer to do that, but we always appreciate people saying hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. Together they know a great deal. Donald about to land here, splashdown on runway 27 wet. I thought for a moment I was hearing a BizJet taking off, but no, that was probably just reflections. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 to Hong Kong. Still looking to come this way. Will Garuda do the same? It's 12:51. Around 1 o'clock. 18 left should close in favor of runway 27 being used for arrivals. Although we have seen it before that they were in use, both runways were in use simultaneously, with airplanes either taking off south of the crossing or when they took off from the north, still between the arrivals. In the meantime, a jet is returning to Istanbul, the MAX 8 that we saw land here earlier. Full circle. We saw it land here on runway 27 and now we see it leave on 18 left. That bleeping Norse is still standing there being in the way. Ah! Verpetot had a look on CDM, and CDM was still mentioning that the Garuda is coming to 18 left. That is good news. Those are deltas all coming in, and this is Garuda with a mask on. What? Don't tell me. Oh no. I was about to say, don't tell me Delta is going to be in the way. Alright, the last departures from 18 left. Lined up is a Transavia A321neo to Barcelona, and behind it is an Embraer 190 from KLM going to Lyon. After that will be the A350 Cathay Pacific A350 1000. Transavia to Barcelona, flight 5135. I think this is the 777 to New York, KLM flight 641. There's the Garuda, and behind Garuda is Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis. Now that is going to be taking off from runway 24, but Garuda shouldn't. It should still be taking off from 18 left, where Cathay Pacific, the A350 1000, is already waiting. And Robert just discovered the channel, already loves it. Welcome to the channel, Robert. Nice of you to say hi. Thanks for the kind words. I hope everybody is enjoying. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow and reach a wider audience in the future. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat like Robert just now did. It isn't mandatory, but it's always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free. Many people are watching already, and together they know a lot. They're all friendly. If they're not, our moderators will take care of them. Nah, this is a channel with a very well-behaved community. I pride myself in that. I think there's a bizjet that I'm not seeing on Flight Radar that is now on threshold actually. Oh no, it's Air France au Pop. I did see that, but for some reason the threshold of 18 left is a dark spot on Flight Radar. Often the airplanes that are lined up temporarily vanish from Flight Radar before reappearing when they are rolling. Don't know why that is, but it's been like that ever since I've been coming here for live streams, and ever since I've been using Flight Radar. Norse is still hideously in the way. They have moved a bit, but I think I fear they might not cross the runway before the closure of the runway. ATC is probably not going to let them pass in between in favor of the departures hurrying up so that 27 can open up in time. Cathay Pacific flight 270 to Hong Kong is turning onto the runway over there, lining up in the distance. An A350 1000 Bravo Lima X-Ray India. Now I think it's only Cathay and Qatar that come to Schiphol with A350 1000s, right? Or have I missed new carriers that are also bringing A350 1000s to Schiphol? It's Cathay that does it the most regularly. Almost always is this flight an A350 1000. Although they do also sometimes send A350 900, so on paper we can also maybe see the 80 years retro one day. This is the Bravo Lima X-Ray India. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2019. Garuda is moving. Garuda has begun to move. There it is. Etihad as well sometimes. Thanks for the reminder there, Robin. And thank you for the kind words, Gilles. Gilles Stempelaar wrote in Dutch, it's beautiful to see how they are taking off the airplanes. Absolutely, that's why on a day like today I love being here, because if one runway closes, the other opens up, and there's constant action here, and it's a nice mix of both departures and arrivals. Honestly, I wish you would use these runways all day. Polderbaan is nice and all, but Schiphol has too many runways. No! W says that Garuda will now go to runway 24 according to CDM. It's too late, and they're already arriving here. They're already arriving here. And Garuda is getting away from us. Bastards! You bastards! That is so disappointing. From here it looks like a bit of a mosaic, but it's actually highly detailed. It's a pity that we aren't able to see it up close, but it really has intricate details, this face mask. Klaas! Klaas is back. Good to see you, mate. I was already referring to you when we saw KLM departing to Bremen earlier in the show, wondering where you were. Happy Easter, mate. Michael says, boy, you have the best sound effects. My sound effects are the best. I have the best sound effects in the world. Everybody's loving them. Right, time to change the filters on Flight Radar. Inbound traffic. Once again, rules supreme here. Runway 27 has reopened. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar to see what is coming in. Inbound filter on. Zooming out a little bit. Next up is KLM flight 1800 arriving from hometown of Jörg, Düsseldorf. I need to ask that man if I can borrow it. That thing I need to level my lawn. Group hug for moral support from Stefan. Thank you so much, Stefan. We need it. We need it. Another airplane getting away from us. It was already bad when the Formula 1 special livery from Etihad went to the wrong runway. This is also a very big letdown. QJ says, talking about detailed airplanes, the BHCDQ doesn't have the tattoo livery anymore. Ah, it wasn't too long ago that I still saw it. It must have happened recently then. Hansworst asks, what's that thing car 57 is dragging behind him? Well, the only thing I know it is is when you want to level your lawn, and if you've just placed that topsoil, like sand, you want to straighten it, you want to level it, but I'm not sure what they're doing over here. Maybe taking care of loose debris? It's just speculation on my end. Last minute narrow body departure. And reversers being used. Actually being used by the Embraer. There's Garuda Indonesia. Maxis asks, can you film the packages for me? Is it already on Flight Radar? Because I'm now I've now got Flight Radar filtered on inbound traffic. Stephanie, good afternoon. Verge Brains tuning in from Greece. Good afternoon. Weidesleep. Yeah, indeed. It's also being used for straightening the grass, leveling the grass. It was looking like there was a traffic jam at the threshold of runway 24. That's what happens if airplanes still need to go and they're already arriving here on runway 27. This is KLM flight 1270 arriving from Copenhagen, 737-800. 1 hour and 3 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration, the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Delta. 26 years old, first flight August 1999. Pegasus number 4 to runway 24. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. I hope we will be able to see it. Keep me posted. I hope Norse isn't going to be in the way. Oh no, they finally began moving Norse away. I now see. So that's good. Bump bump. So Norse has moved, as have a few others. I think there is Air Oink Oink. Is that Garuda Indonesia? Garuda Indonesia getting away from us via the wrong runway. You bastards! Again. Norse has finally cleared the visibility to the threshold. And there is Sarah, finally. We already had a few flights to Boston and I was already wondering where you were. Welcome back. And welcome to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the McDonald's, or very near the McDonald's, I should say. Filming arrivals to runway 27 right now, which is getting mixed with departures from 18 left. If all is well, in the upcoming hours, a special livery Emirates A380 should be landing here on this runway. Apple Flaps, good afternoon. And welcome to the show. Air Baltic arriving for Riga, flight 621. Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Delta. An A220-300, 4 years old, first flight August 2021. Hey, incoming Belgian. Oh, good to see you, Lisa. Michael DCA is also back in the chat, and he'll have an egg McMuffin, please. Coming in. I'm not sure if it's on the menu. We can have a look. Air Canada Dreamliner in bank robber livery is leaving with the loot, and according to Flight Radar, a BizJet should be on final next. NetJets operated by NetJets Europe, arriving from Farnborough, and that's an Embraer Phenom 300 on final. Question is, will it land on 27 or will it break away to the left and land on runway 22? Which is also something we've regularly seen before with BizJets. Might well be that it's going to do a breakaway landing. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. What do you guys think it's going to do? Land on 27? I think it's going to break away. But we'll see. Would be nice. Embraer Phenom 300, flight time 56 minutes, 7-year-old airplane, hailing from 2019. Still coming to 27 seemingly, but is it? Paul says breakaway. I agree. I still think it's going to break away soon. Eh? It is getting a bit late now to break away. I think we might be wrong, Paul. What? Yeah, no, it's definitely coming in for 27, all right. It's definitely coming in for 27. Well, in that case, let's zoom in. We don't have another choice now, do we? Embraer Phenom 300. Who is on board, I wonder? What is up, Alan? Alan also back in the house. Biggie L, 68, and he is celebrating 31 months of membership. Good to have you again, Alan. Happy Easter. Great show and host and community. You're all mad, he says. Speak for yourself, mate. Yeah, no, I'm certifiably insane in the brain. Most of you probably are, but in a good way, in a good way. Alan, thank you so much for your long-standing support. 31 months and counting. That's 2.5 years and a month. Hope you still enjoy being in the lounge. I always enjoy it when you come over and say hi in the chat and join in with the banter. Keep doing that. If not as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Indeed, happy to be wrong. Same here, Paul. Gineke, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show. Everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is KLM Flight 1920 arriving from Zurich. And if you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Special livery Emirates A380 expected within the hour, right? What's the latest ETA? It was 10 to 2 earlier. And that should mean on paper it's going to be landing here on runway 27 within the hour. Madder than Mad Jack McMahon. Hey, Mehmet is also back in the chat and he already started gifting memberships. Mate, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Mehmet. Inderdaad, prettig gestoord. En Mike Vlaanderen, the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Mike. Thank you so much, Mehmet. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet. Enjoy the custom emojis now at your disposal for a month. 21 Easter eggs in the lounge, please, says Lise, who is celebrating 21 months of membership. Well, you bought the Easter eggs to take to your parents the other week. If I need to buy them first. I don't have any lying around. I'll have to do that after I'm done streaming, Lisa. And thank you so much for your ongoing support. 21 months, Lise de Buizer 1997. Laat je horen! Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Even more so when you're next to me, when you come out and stream. Looking forward to the next time. That will be happening hopefully sometime soon. Okay, that flight 1364 up next, arriving from Budapest, 737-700. Behind it, an EasyJet A319 arriving from Corfu. What the Corfu? Corfu. What the fool? Emirates still expected here before 2 o'clock. That's good news. Destination Dubai, special livery, expected to land here then. Unless something unforeseen is going to happen. Among those variables being sent away, which still hasn't happened, thank God, fingers crossed. Is there any wide bodies coming in from the east? During the previous arrival stint, there weren't any. Oh yes, Turkish is arriving. Turkish A330. It's going to land here. 2 airplanes on the glide slope, on the left and on the right. On the left we have EasyJet, on the right a KLM 737 arriving from Munich. Misam has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again in the next one. Another gifted membership by Mehmet just now. And it's Jan who is the recipient. Jan Henk Almelo. I've got a hunch where he might be living. Or at least where he's from. Welcome, Jan Henk. And thank you so much, Mehmet. Another membership gifted. Another member. Have fun with the custom emojis, Jan Henk. Shh, Wolfgang. Don't jinx it. EasyJet flight 27914 A319 arriving from Corfu. 2 hours and 43 minutes on the way. Austrian registered OELQN. 17 years old already, this machine. Naomi, good afternoon. Zikasor, good afternoon. Mary Naomi is asking about the wind. This is what the wind is currently looking like. I've gone back to the old ticker so that I can also place some additional hints and tips in the ticker. It also means that we have to update the meter automatically. Let me have a look at the latest and paste it into the ticker. A quick refresh. Tell us that the wind is currently, let me update it for you guys as well. Am I hearing the -8? Quick update. Here we go. Latest meter in the ticker with wind blowing from 240 degrees, 9 knots, variable between 180 and 270 degrees. Good visibility. I think I might be hearing the -8 over there. Yeah, I was right. That's the -8, all right. Should be leaving from runway 22 probably pretty soon. Mehmet just now gifting another membership, and Monique is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Monique and Mehmet. Once again, thank you so much for your generosity. Another member, courtesy of you. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet, Monique. Is that Emirates Flight 146 now taking off over there? Or shortly taking off? I think it might be. No, a bit more to the right. There it is. Coast Guard -8 100. If the wind is blowing in the right direction, it's when its propellers are already spinning, it's quite easy to hear. The sound carries quite a distance. We're waiting now for the next arrivals. An A321 arriving from Berlin, KLM, flight 1776 is about to turn final. Turkish is 2 airplanes behind it, the Turkish A330. What else is approaching from the east that has a bit wider circumference? Well, Emirates is the only wide body next after that. From here it looks like it is a very petite airplane with the vans in the front obscuring the view. And it's begun to taxi. -8 from the Coast Guard has begun its taxi. Off for another adventure. Off to another adventure. Another coastal patrol. Unguarded fuel trucks. Then they must be empty. And Annette is celebrating 6 months of membership anniversary. Loving AMS, such a fun channel and great community, she writes. Thank you so much for your kind words, Annette, and thank you so much for your 6 months of support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still very much to your liking, and if that's not the case, if you have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know. It's always a pleasure to have you in the chat. I hope that will be like that for a long time to come, if not as a member in the lounge, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. I think it's already holding short of the runway threshold. I think it's already lining up on runway 22 right now. The Turkish A330 coming in also has a sticker on it. All right. No, still a final turn to go before it's on runway 22. For those of you who are fans of turboprops, this is just about the only one that we get to see regularly here at Schiphol Airport. Up until, what was it, the beginning of 2023, end of 2022? I know from the beginning days that I started with streaming, which was around that time, Flybe was still flying to Schiphol with turboprops, but very shortly thereafter they went bankrupt and we stopped seeing them. In the meantime, KLM flight 1776 is also on short final, arriving from Berlin, an A321neo. Not sure if the -8 is going to line up. It's probably not. I'm going to turn the camera to the A321neo first. Hopefully the -8 will not line up and start rolling while we're filming this. KLM flight 1776 arriving from Berlin, A321neo. Dash 8 is lining up. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste. Indeed, Canadian registered QJ. Just about as close up as we are going to see it from here. And there it goes. Hey, Anya also in the chat, but she has to go again, visitors. Nice of you to join us, Anya. Enjoy the rest of your day and weekend. Hopefully see you again in the next one. There's the Coast Guard. And rotate. Positive climb, gear up. See how those main gears go into the engine bay. Quite remarkable. Apparently they can do that without getting overheated and melting the tires away. Next up is KLM flight 1630 arriving from Venice, a 737-800, and behind it should be the A330 from Turkish with a sticker on it. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Yankee, 18 years old. First flight was in January 2008. Next up, Turkish Airlines with a sticker on it. Turkish Airlines flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. There it is, A330-300, 3 hours exactly underway. Nominal flight duration. The Tango Charlie Lima November Charlie. That's 10 years old, first flight January 2016. Alrighty. Bada bing, bada boom. Robert Spearman also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Happy Easter Saturday. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here right along runway 27, which is being used for arrivals right now. Runway 18 left, which is intersecting, has been used for departures earlier in the show already. Quite a few interesting departures we've seen. We're now waiting for the Emirates A380 that should be approaching here pretty soon. Okay, looks like 1218 is arriving next from Stockholm. That's a KLM 737-800. Wietse is confirming what I was already expecting, namely that the A380 is going to be landing on runway 27. Martin, goedemiddag, good afternoon. It's almost 1:30, so I'm also going to go over to my car and drop some change in the parking meter, so to speak. Can film the arrival of the A380 without having to worry about that. The A380 is not too far away anymore. Tippy-toey landing, but nice. Bit of smoke. Hey, I'm hearing a helicopter. Airwolf has returned. Yep, they have. Nah, not behind the blast shields of the engine test bay or whatever it is. Damn it. Right. Let's see. Next up, E2 Embraers, 2 back-to-back. Sky Express after that. Helicopter air taxiing back. I think it will. Yep, will get visible soon. E2 Embraer arriving from Krakow in the meantime on final here. Latam Cargo Dreamliner. We're not seeing this quite regularly here at Schiphol, are we? The Latam non-cargo. How often do we see that over here? New pack service. Right. Where's it going to? LATAM Dreamliner, nice to see. Four to 6 times a week with the Dreamliner, Remco says. Where to and from? Well, where to is Schiphol, obviously, but where do they come from? E2 whistle. Sao Paulo, all right. Well, I'll point the camera in that direction and I'll be back in a moment. Bear with me. Back again, parking meter filled. Sao Paulo to Amsterdam, Remco says, there you go. Hey, check it out. Evan also back in the chat, good to see you. Top of the morning, senor. Need the waiting music. Some people find that a bit annoying. Then again, can't please everybody always. Right. In the meantime, the arrivals are still taking place. Another one on final. KLM flight 1232 arriving from Gothenburg, 737-800. Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk behind it. Transavia arriving from Alicante is flying base from the south. Emirates A380 is approaching Lelystad and is not too far away anymore. Klaas is standing behind me. Well, behind me is a relative term. There are people over there, there are people over there, there are people in cars. Clouds are opening up again, as you can see. Once again, from the west, a bit more openness is drifting in. Should make for a bit more sun in a few moments. Next up is a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk, flight 1304. Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante behind it. Hey, are you guys seeing what I am seeing? KLM arriving from Dublin, KLM arriving from London. Instead of going to runway 18 right, they're continuing to the east and are going to land here. So it looks like right now the Polderbaan is temporarily closed and everything inbound seems to be coming this way. That is interesting. Hey Klartje, goedemiddag. Happy Easter Saturday. Interesting stuff going on. It seems that runway 18 right is no longer in use and everything inbound is coming this way. Yep, there's the EIDVL, the devil. And Pufferfish asks if I'm going to see the A380 leave. No, I don't think I'm going to stick around until then. What is happening now? Because the Polderbaan seems to be closed and I would have thought that that was going to stay open for arrivals all throughout the time. Is there something written on Bezoek Bus that I am unaware of? Hey Ruud, goedemiddag, and welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined. This is Transavia. I'm wondering what is happening with runway use. What does Bezoek Bus say? Is it a 40-minute only runways 27 and 24 break? That has also happened before. 40 minutes of 2 runways open, 1 for arrivals, 1 for departures, runway 24 for departures and 27 only open for arrivals. Or just a runway inspection. Is it going to reopen again after the inspection, or is it just a temporary runway 27 for arrivals thing? What does Bezoek Bus say, ladies and gentlemen? Is there anybody who has had a look? Hey Milo, goedemiddag. That was KLM flight 1200. Time for KLM flight 1932 to arrive from Geneva next, 737-900. And the sun is getting out from behind the clouds. Perfect timing with the A380 not too far out. Let's see. Embraer, no, KLM. And an A321. Emirates is arriving to the glide slope from the right. Looks like it is. It was directed a bit to the south too long. Polderbaan continues arrivals. QJ says so. It was just a temporary thing then. Okay, cool. This is KLM flight 1138, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. A737-800. The Papa Hotel Bravo Charlie Lima. An hour and a minute on their way. 6 years old, first flight December 2019. Pretty soon the Emirates A380 special livery will be landing here, ladies and gentlemen. If you need to grab a fresh cup of coffee or make a cup of tea, you still have a few minutes to do so. Toilet breaks as well. Be quick. Or miss it. Emirates A380 is now number 3 on final. And is it visible already? There's number 1. Ah yes, there she is. There's the A380 already. Emirates A380, flight 147, arriving from Dubai. And that's a special livery, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. It will help immensely. The number 2 before it. An A321neo arriving from London Heathrow. And over here we have KLM arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Now, unfortunately, the fate of narrow-bodies preceding wide-bodies is that they don't get much love here on the channel, and this time round is no exception. Emirates A380 with the gear still retracted, but not for long. The gear deployment sequence of the A380 is very typical. The outer main gear comes out first, then the inner. Unlike with the 747, where everything gets out right at the same time. Gear still up, but for how much longer? The airplane is now above Amsterdam Zuidoost, the southeast of Amsterdam. Almost. And there it is, the gear deployment. The outer gear comes out first. Boom. And then the inner gear also gets lowered. All the while, the nose gear is already deploying because of the pitch up angle. That's something you hardly see happening. Once everything is out, the hatches close again, minimize drag. There you go. That's one special livery, A380, ready to land here. Hey Henk, goedemiddag, net op tijd, indeed, just in time. A321neo landing here in the meantime. We're waiting for Emirates flight 147, number 9 on flight radar, tracked by more than 1,000 people. That's more viewers than we have over here. Come on, we can get it up in the top 5, can't we? 8 hours underway because it's taking a detour, a geopolitical circumstances induced detour. Instead of 6.5 hours, 1.5 hours more than normally would have been the case. The Alpha 6 Echo Echo uniform. It's 12 years old. First flight November 2013. The destination Dubai livery. Mali already saying goodbye. She has to go in a moment. Thank you for stopping by, Mali. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And hopefully see you again soon. Quite a few people have gathered behind me at the platform of the parking lot, front part. Right, now, it's been a long time since we last saw an A380 go around. When we did see it, it happened here if I recall correctly. Wouldn't it be amazing if we were going to see this go around, ladies and gentlemen? If we all think hard about it, we might manifest it. Go around, go around, go around. Come on. It is wobbling a little bit, that's promising. Nicer. Then again, this was a nice landing and nice use of the reversers. I hope you guys enjoy that. Be part of the magic. Well, there you go. Now it's looking like everything is going to the Polderbaan instead, including a Norwegian that is arriving from Copenhagen. Begs the question, is runway 27 going to stay open or is it closed now? Looking to my left, it's looking like maybe the runway lights have turned off, though I don't remember if they were on to begin with. Right. Emirates vacating the runway. Is that already at Golf 9? I thought Golf 9 was a bit behind it still. Maria signing off. Thank you for stopping by, Maria. Hope you enjoyed the show. We definitely enjoyed your company. Sleep well and hopefully see you again soon. Alright, what's Bezoek Bus saying with respect to runway use? Because right now it's looking like runway 27 is closed. Are they going to switch to departures from 18 left already in a moment? QJ says Echo 24. Okay, so they've switched the gate that the... there's a runway inspection in progress, so 18 left is going to reopen pretty soon. Emirates A380 has been assigned to a new gate. That's interesting. Right, so everything inbound now once again is going to the Polderbaan. Polderbaan seems to have become the only runway for inbound traffic already. That should mean that 18 left is going to open up for departures pretty soon. Wind in the meantime is picking up. The windsock is getting more aroused by the hour. There you can see it already. Alright, that begs the question, which airplanes are destined to go out in a moment? Is that A330 already going to 18 left? Tokyo Narita 777-200. I thought it was it is 777-200. That's the flight to Narita that I was on once. Flight 861. That's going to 18 left. Hey Remco, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. And Petra, who says in Dutch, how nice to see all live. Thank you for the kind words and for saying hi, Petra. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, and together they know quite a lot. And I'll happily try to answer your questions. Echo 24. Which one is that? Those the echoes? Hard to see. Is it going to be parked right next to the A350 from World to Fly Corendon? Casey Jerome, goedemiddag. Neno Plat unfortunately has to go. That's Jasmijn. Jasmijn, fijne dag. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so that's where the Emirates A380 apparently is now parked. Is this its new permanent location, or is this just temporary? Because it always used to be parked at Gulf 9. Emirates parked over there, or almost. And the KLM 777 Tokyo Narita, or maybe I should just say Narita, not so much Tokyo. Flight 861, lined up, ready to go. 777-200, the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, November. 19-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in April 2006. Away it goes. Wolfgang wonders if the peeps are gone after the A380. The answer is no. There's quite a few still sitting over here enjoying the sunshine. It's not too cold, so people don't have to be anywhere. They're enjoying the weather and the airplanes over here. Tap Portugal up next. Well, no, not next. Before it is a MAX 8737 to Marsa Alam, RMF? Marsa Alam, yeah. Amsterdam, Greece. Ah, another airplane. Still at Golf 9. Right, well, there you go. TUI MAX 8737 to Marsa Alam in Egypt. Lined up on the threshold to take off in a moment. It started rolling, there it is. It's 7 years old, its first flight was in January 2019. Tap by Portugal to Lisbon right thereafter. Nice with the destination Dubai A380 in the background as these airplanes are rolling past it. Makes for a nice colorful backdrop. Oh, it's taking its time to rotate. Seemingly very derated or very heavy. Wow. That took its sweet time to get airborne. Right, so the A380 is now parked right next to the A350 from World to Flight Corendon. There you go. Tap by Portugal up next, flight 669 to Lisbon. That's an A320neo. The Charlie Sierra Tango Victor Bravo, 7 years old, first flight February 2019. Not being flown by pilots, but by tap dancers, remember that. Right. Is there anything wide-bodied expected to leave via 18 left sometime soon, I wonder? Chinese A350, that is definitely a potential candidate for the runway over here. Or will it be taking off via runway 24? Here we have a bizjet to Innsbruck, flight Tirol. And this is a Cessna Citation Mike 2, M2, 11 years old, hailing from 2015. So many people watching, we have 837 likes. That's 83% of an airplane dance. It's been a long time since we've gotten so close. Flight Tirol to Innsbruck. Now, will it take off first, or will the 737 lined up on 18 left take off first to Porto in Portugal? I think the latter will be the first. So, let's have a look at it, since that's already lined up. Probably going to see the departure of Flight Tirol. Indigo to Mumbai, 214, thank you Wolfgang. Wonder if it's going to be regular Indigo or if that's going to be the Norse that was so horribly in the way for such a long time. I think it might be that one. The MPS is still standing there at the apron, unmoved, unfazed, untouched seemingly as well. So even though it was on the departures list of Flight Radar, it's not going to happen today, I think. I think my level is off just a slight smidge. Repositioning, very subtle. Probably wasn't even noticeable. That's what you get when you are filming from grass. Sometimes one of the legs gets a bit lower as the show progresses. Hey, helicopter returning. No, that's a different helicopter than what we saw before, isn't it? Yeah, this is a new helicopter. We haven't seen this one yet. I thought it was a copper chopper. This is different. Right. I'm thinking maybe this Flight 0 bizjet is not going to get clearance until the helicopter has gone, but that I'm not too sure about. Hey, Graham is also back. Happy Saturday, good to see you again, mate. So we have Flight 0 over there to Innsbruck, a Cessna Citation M2. Right now there's also a helicopter hovering over the main platform area, pretty close to the tower, but a bit higher. Just going to continue. Oh! This jet is definitely spooling up now. The helicopter is coming close by. I was moving past my zenith so rapidly. Wasn't even able to follow it. Is that? Alright. And in the meantime, the Corendon A350 is also getting pushed back. Now, unfortunately, that's going to go to Willemstad Curaçao, so that's going to take off via runway 24. Naomi is saying goodbye, has to leave. Thank you so much for joining us, Mary Naomi, and hopefully see you again soon. Happy Easter to you too, Gerasim. Who is celebrating 12 months of membership. Another member who has gone green. Thank you so much for your long-lasting support, Gerasim. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Do hit me up if that's no longer the case, or if you have any room for improvement. Any suggestions are always welcome. Let me know if you have any. Chinese A350 is unfortunately going to the wrong runway. Long distance headshot. Throat flag run on A350. Has just landed and arrived on the main platform area. Right. Chinese A350 going to the wrong runway, unfortunately. Yeah. Over there already, and the MPS hasn't been touched ever since we've arrived here. Although allegedly it was on the departures list of Flight Radar earlier, scheduled for earlier this morning. It never once was there any movement around it. Never looked like it was going to leave anytime soon. But at least we got to see the Nippon Cargo. Nippon Cargo taking off via the runway that this Embraer is now taking off from. Up, and away. Another Transavia A321neo to Marsa Alam is on its way to runway 18 left, interestingly. The Orange Pride just landed and is taxiing to the terminal building. Thanks for the heads up. Wonder what gate it will be assigned to and if we are going to be able to see it. There's a big chance we should be able to see it, if only briefly. Heidi says in Dutch, "You're talking too much, boy. It's Silent Saturday today." Is that what they call the Saturday between, as we call it, Goeie Vrijdag, Good Friday and Easter? Well, I'm not going to be shut up just because of the Bible. Screw you, I won't do what you tell me. Stille zaterdag. Right. Because after Jesus died on the cross and before he was brought to life again by God, it was nice and quiet on earth. Or no, it was his own resurrection, wasn't it? Right, another Transavia on its way to the threshold. Another one going to Marsa Alam. We already saw one not too long ago. Join Aviation, good to see you, mate. So, wasn't there supposed to be an Indigo leaving pretty soon? Right now it's all narrow bodies for the time being. Indigo to Marsa Alam. And the Orange Pride is approaching the main platform area. According to Flight Radar. I'm expecting it to become visible somewhere on the right in the background. Ah yeah, there it is. And the Transavia A321neo to Marsa Alam, splitting up, will be entering from the right in a moment. There we go. Orange Pride returning from Sao Paulo in Latin America. There it is, the BHBVA Orange Pride. Heading from January 2008. That makes it 18 years old already, old enough to vote. Shots like this make it look as if Schiphol is a very big open field with not a lot of buildings. But only if you zoom out a bit more and see what it is taxiing towards, do you see that that is not the case? It's also deceiving when you see airplanes taxiing to or from the Polderbaan when you are at the Polderbaan. It looks like there is a line of trees right next to the taxiway, but they're pretty far away actually. Not much going on the platform by the looks of it in terms of wide bodies leaving for 18L. The only outbound airplane visible right now, the Corendon A350. That's going to the wrong runway. Needs bigger engines, Michael says. The 777X gets bigger engines, doesn't it? Right, where's the orange Pride going to park? Are we going to get a combo shot with it and the A380 in a moment? It's getting closer by. KLM departure in the foreground. I think that was KLM 1505 to Madrid. Right on the other side. Quite a lot of activity already around the destination Dubai. Right, well, I'm thinking maybe it is a good time to wrap up. The Orange Pride has arrived. Destination Dubai has arrived. I don't think there are any wide bodies going for runway 18 left and on short notice. It's been a good run. I've had great fun. I hope you guys did too. I definitely enjoyed it thoroughly being out here with decent weather and constant action on 2 runways. Inbound traffic, outbound traffic, special liveries, quad-engined airplanes. What more could a person wish for? If you guys enjoyed the show and haven't done so already, consider leaving a like on your way out. It really helps bring in more people in future streams. I think it is time for me to wrap up. Hopefully the weather will allow me to go out tomorrow. I'm not sure yet if it will. I hope it will. Maybe if not tomorrow, I'll do an additional stream on Monday, but I'll have to see. For now, I think it is time for me to wrap up. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. A big thanks to everybody who supported with super chats, super stickers, gifted memberships, or became a member themselves. Thanks for any other forms of support, merch shop purchases, and PayPal donations. Thank you, moderators, also once again for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. You guys are what makes this channel so great. I look forward to seeing you again in the next one. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. Take care, stay safe and warm, and see you again in the next one. Bye for now, guys.